Was, was, Okay, welcome everyone tonight to our Grange City Council meeting. Good to see everyone here tonight with your smiling faces. Hope everyone won big on Saturday from the Derby. So if you did, please raise your hand. That's the reason Churchill Downs has the money they have and we don't. So glad to see everyone here. We've got a interesting meeting tonight. For those who are later in the docket, I'm sorry for that. You have to sit through these types of discussions, but maybe you'll learn something maybe before the night's over about city government and how we operate here, because you're here from different folks who have different responsibilities. Everyone can't be first on the agenda. I try to work with Heather to see perhaps if we can get the things that don't anticipate too long to get them up front, but still yet some folks have to sit longer than I wish they had to. But what we always try to do is if you have a phone on you, please silence your phone tonight, or if you need to use it, just step outside. Do that for us. But what we always do is if you can and you're able to, please stand as we say our Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see, who's never led us? Joe Davenport.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time I'll call on Heather Woodcox, our city clerk, to call the roll of the city council.
Councilmember Bishop.
Here.
Councilmember Ricketts.
Here.
Councilmember Kinzer.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Davenport.
here.
Councilmember Powell.
Here.
Councilmember Kamer.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Okay, all council members are present tonight, so at this time I'll call our meeting to order. We have your agenda on item 4 tonight, so anyone willing to approve the agenda as presented, or do you have an additional item you'd like to present for the agenda tonight? Anyone have any additional items? If not, I entertain a motion that the agenda be approved as presented.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Motion made by Joe Davenport. Would there be a second?
Second.
Second by Kenneth Powell. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Item 5, approval of our minutes from our April 6, 2026 City Council meeting. I'll give you a few moments to look over those minutes, and when someone's ready to make the motion to approve, I'll certainly accept it when someone's ready. Anyone have any questions from the April 6 minutes?
Mayor, just a correction on the second page at the top. It says Raymond S. It's Randy S.
Did you get that, Heather? Okay. Thank you, Trey.
Welcome.
Any other items or of concern on the agenda or on the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes with the change.
Okay, motion made by Trey Kamer. Would there be a second?
Second.
Second by Lucy Ricketts. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Okay, we also had a special meeting on April the 13th of 2026, a special called meeting. Give you a moment to look at those minutes and see perhaps if you have any questions or concerns about those minutes in the preparation given to you tonight. Any questions, comments?
I make a motion, we approve.
Okay, motion made by Lucy Ricketts. Would there be a second?
Second.
Second by Joe Davenport. Any further discussion on the motion of the minutes? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Oh, Mayor, I'm gonna.
Sorry?
I'm gonna abstain
Okay,
on that one.
okay, Trey Kamer abstains. I don't think, you weren't here that night, were you, Trey?
I was not.
Okay, bud. Thank you, sir. All right, city administration, Miss Cindy Albano. For those who don't know Cindy, she's our financial director for our city. So she's here tonight to talk about the financial position of our city. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First group of papers that we'll look through is the check register. If anybody has any questions related to checks issued and disbursements during the month of April.
I do. Give me just a second. Let me pull it up. Because I looked at them before and had a question or two. Oh, on Amazon purchases, is that under, because it's under check register as well, correct?
Yes. Can you give me, do you have a page number up in the right-hand corner?
It's not, they're not printed on here. Page 3, as I'm flipping through.
Bank account 9.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay.
Actually 2 on that one. Metal supermarkets, what is the steel square tubing? Do we know what that was?
Can't answer specifically what the square tubing is for. That's what was on the invoice.
There should be some for Public Works, I would think. Some for Corey's department.
Okay, okay. All right, and then the security camera system, $374, where's that going?
That was additional cameras, I believe, for the park system.
For the parks?
Yes.
And then printable business cards.
Blank card stock. I believe that that was one of our expenses that we incurred during the ladies' day out at the chamber luncheon. We decorated a city table and we were allocated just a small amount of
Okay.
mayor's discretionary funds to purchase items to decorate the table.
Okay. And touch-free faucets, those are here? So city.
The touch-free faucets are going to be, and Steve can probably speak to this later, but we've had some issues at the parks where faucets have been left on and water's running all weekend. Same way with here in the city, the faucets are old and they leak. So we've purchased touch-free faucets for sanitary purposes and for saving water.
Is that primarily in the park system, though? We're talking about that?
Predominantly, they are for the parks, but we did buy them for City Hall as well. They have not been installed yet, but
Thank you. And then there was a $330 expenditure for printer ink, and then I see one under here for $145 for printer ink. Why the different? Why are we getting them from different places? I guess if one of them's got a good deal, shouldn't we be getting them all?
predominantly, it's the difference in the printer. We don't consistently have the same printers in everybody's office, so depending on the type of printer that a person has, depends on what the cost of the printer cartridge is.
But they're all coming from Amazon?
We do get some of them from Quill, which is another office supply supplier, and they relatively are the same price.
Okay.
And I can tell you, over the last few years, the cost of toner ink has increased significantly, and it has to do with the microchips that are on toner cartridges.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, here it is, Quill Corporation, ink and toner cartridges, $333. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we're looking at both. If one of them was a better deal than the other one, maybe get them all from one, but that makes sense what you're saying. I think that was it. I think that was all the questions I had on those. Yeah, it was. Thank you very much, Cindy. Thank you for
Okay.
being up
Okay,
to date on all
anyone
these.
else have any questions about the payables? If you do, please take this time to ask them, please.
Oh, Board of Adjustments meetings, several people are paid $50.
Yes,
What's the deal on that? They're just paid to attend the meetings, or?
that is correct.
Okay. Is that by statute?
Yes,
Okay.
by ordinance.
By ordinance, not by statute. Okay. LaGrange passed an ordinance to pay them. Okay.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Jason, for those.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, anyone willing to make a motion to approve the payables?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Okay, motion made by Jason Kinzer. Would there be a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Lucy Ricketts. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Cindy?
Okay, moving on to the next group of documents is our financial statements. The first one is our statement of revenues, and the following page is our statement of expenditures. I do want to point out that on our statement of revenues, Public Works we all know that Public Works has been replacing some of their equipment. They were able to sell the bucket truck, which did not significantly have any value to us, but we did sell that for $8,900, and that shows up in the line item called miscellaneous income.
Where did we get the vehicles to replace those vehicles? The ones that we're replacing, where are the new ones coming from?
I can't think of the supplier specifically. Is Corey here?
Corey, if you're going to answer the question, please come forward. Thank you. What was your
I
question?
didn't know if that option was one of the companies that's here in LaGrange or in Oldham County or what, kind of where we were going on that.
All right, what was your question about, Jason?
When we're replacing those vehicles, like the trucks and stuff they're talking about, where they're coming from?
Trucks specifically depends if we'll either get on a state contract, which it's changed. We have to get 3 quotes even from all the, qualified vendors. So I will typically still post it in the newspaper, do the whole procurement process, but it depends what we're looking for. Typically either Champion Chevrolet, depends on the size of the truck, Tri-County Ford. We try to go local first, but big trucks, there's nobody that sells it here, so.
So which vendors are we using for those?
For which one, like the bucket truck?
Yeah.
That one that came from Custom Truck One, so we put it out for bid, and it went through Sourcewell.
Okay.
How much was that truck, Corey?
215, I think.
215,000?
It's a big bucket.
I saw it taking down a huge tree the other day. Man, that bucket extends up high.
Yeah, it's 55-foot reach. It just depends really what it is. Even the sweeper, we sold it on gov deals and skid loader, so. Sweeper sold for $39,000, which was significantly more than I expected. Skid
Wow.
loader was like $7,600, so.
Do we ever buy vehicles, like you said, well, we're selling the sweeper? Do we ever look on there to buy maybe used but very good condition vehicles, or no?
On gov deals,
Yeah,
I have browsed through there, just depends on what it is. If it's something that's kind of, doesn't have a lot of moving parts, we'll look for something like that, but, like a paver or something, or like trucks, typically not.
okay.
They're about.
Just worried that you might be getting a
they're ready
lemon
to
or
go,
something.
About like our stuff, so.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was just curious, thank you.
Okay, any other further questions on this document that Cindy has provided for you all? If not, I entertain a motion, it'd be approved.
Motion.
Motion made by Jason Kinzer, second by
I'll second.
Lucy. Thank you, Lucy.
That's.
I'm sorry, Latasha. Okay, Latasha and Lucy sound a little bit alike down there. So that's by Latasha. Sorry, Latasha. We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, and the last document from Cindy is what?
And the last document is our bank balance report. Month over month, we haven't seen a whole lot of significant change. We're still running at 19 million overall between cash in the bank and investments.
Any comments or thoughts about the financial status of the city? Anyone?
Cindy, just for those that are watching, how much, I know some of the money's already allocated to go out to pay certain expenses that we have coming due, but what do we have that's sitting in an account that's not going to be spent by the end of this year or this fiscal year? Do we have some just sitting in an investment account that's not earmarked for something?
Most of the money that we have sitting in our investment accounts right now is not earmarked to be spent, so that balance is 14 million. So most everything that we have earmarked to come out for the rest of the year will come out of our general operating account.
Okay, so 14 million is kind of cushion, if you will.
Well, I hate to term it that way, but yes, that's our investment balance.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any further questions on this report? There's a lot of numbers on that sheet there, folks, so make sure you feel comfortable with it, and when you're ready to approve it, I'll accept a motion. Okay, the motion made by Lucy Ricketts, second by Joe Davenport. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, so much.
Thanks, Cindy.
Okay, we move into item 8. This is time for public comment. We always welcome anyone want to come up and speak to us. You don't have to give your name. You don't even have to tell us where you live. We just want to hear from you.
All right, Mayor. Kevin Jeffries, Magistrate for District 4, and City Council members, just 2 or 3 things I wanted to bring up tonight. KYTC started repairing Fort Pickens Road today. The end here closest to 146, there'd been, I think, a wet weather spring that had been leaking there for quite some time and running water and freezing in the winter and causing some problems. So they've gone in there and the road is closed, probably be closed, I would guess, most of this week. They're talking about a lot of rain coming in maybe tomorrow and Wednesday, so that'll affect how long it'll take. But anyway, the road's closed. People that need to go into this end will have to go around, I guess, Old Sligo and come in, the backside or whatever. But hopefully that'll make that a lot better. And they're digging a drain line across there to try to drain some, look like wet weather springs that are in that area.
That's what I was going to ask, if they were putting a culvert underneath it or something to keep
Yes.
that water from going.
They are. So they're out there, started work today on that.
Good. For those of you who don't know, there was a vehicle that water's been going across the road on Fort Pickens there, and it's been turning into ice when it's cold. It's from an underground spring, I think. But somebody not too long ago was in a truck driving through there. They didn't expect any ice to be on the road because it hadn't snowed or rained or anything, and hit that patch of ice and spun out and ended up flipping. upside down in the ditch, so I'm glad they're getting that knocked out. That's very, very dangerous, so I'm glad they're on it.
Are they putting the ditches, are they increasing the size of the ditch?
I think so. I think they're gonna do,
They're pretty full of stuff.
they are. Yeah, so they've got a backhoe out, I mean, a track hoe, I think, out there, and so they're, doing some pretty major excavation to, I think it kind of all started when LG&E put a new gas line down through there, and once they got that gas line in, then I think it disturbed the wet weather springs that were in the area or whatever, and, they started bubbling up into the, into the road and under the asphalt, so, but yeah, hopefully this'll solve it. Right, right, so. Next thing, the Judicial Center dedication was April 30th. That was a really fun day. It was a lot of big crowd there. The weather was beautiful. It was a little chilly in the morning, but wasn't too bad. Demetrius Booker did the graphic that's in the stairwell there at the the main building, and just really did a beautiful job. It's very impressive. If you have an opportunity to go by and take a look, take a tour, I think it'd be well worthwhile. They've done a really nice job with that whole facility, and Mayor did a good job of kind of talking about where we are, and as far as the center there, and did a really good job with that. So, but anyway, that was on April 30th, so that's open now, and hopefully for the next 200 years, that's where we'll be doing court. So, and got notice today, and I'm sure this won't affect any of you all that are on council or whatever, but KYTC is start removing campaign signs in the right-of-ways. They've been getting a lot of calls about signs being, too close to the right-of-way and blocking, sight lines and putting them on posts and on guardrails and things like that. So they are going to be starting to remove some of those that are, definitely in the state highway right-of-way. So they said if your sign gets, is gone, you might check with KYTC District 5 here at Buckner, because they'll hold them there, those signs, for a couple of weeks before they just, dispose of them or whatever. So, but as everybody knows, there is a lot of signs out everywhere around Oldham County this, the last month or so. So, and I did have one question for Corey, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to know about the status of the Crystal Lake flush hydrants, where you all are on that. Oh, I'm sorry. You're
Come
right.
on, Josh.
Sorry, Josh.
Josh,
You're right.
if you're going to, please come up, please. So,
We got 3 more to do, and we found out we got 1 more we need to do. We got 1 more added to us that we didn't know it was on our radar again, and they just called because they're having the same thing. But we are looking at trying to figure out what's going on too, so.
How many are installed?
6. It's either 6, yeah, I think it was 6.
Okay, so it seemed to be working a little bit,
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah, when we get calls, we go out there and we flush it, and then it's just, if we get the calls, a lot of people are just putting it on Facebook, so if we don't get a call, we don't know. We're not on their Facebook page, so if the people can make the call to us, we go out and we do the flushing, so.
Okay. I get calls all the time.
Yeah, I know, if they could call us, we're not getting calls, so, but then we hear it on Facebook, so.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor, that's all I had. Unless anybody has any questions.
what actually is happening in Crystal Lake that he's helping with? What's taking
Well,
place there?
there's been a lot of off-colored water, a lot of buildup of sediment and whatever in the lines. It's not, it's not hazardous or whatever. It's just, a lot of people don't want to drink muddy water or whatever. And so what the problem was when they put those lines in years ago, most of those lines dead-ended back there. They don't tie in together, and they're not in a circle. So basically that water would just, those sediments would build up in the line, and then they would start getting into people's homes, bathtubs and washing machines and whatever. So now they put these flush valves, and they can go out there, instead of having to open up fire hydrants, to flush those lines, they can do these flush valves, and it seems to work a lot better. And so hopefully, and Oldham County Water has also made some changes, I think, at the water plant that's supposed to be, trying to help some of that sediment.
So do the flush valves push the sediment out of the lines where it doesn't break loose anymore?
Right.
Is that what it does?
Yeah, because before it was just a dead end, and so that sediment would build up in those, and then when it would back up, the sediment would back up to somebody's home or whatever, then it would get into some of people's houses. And, I'd get a lot of calls, and I know Josh and them would get a lot of calls about, our water is terrible and, really muddy and they, that kind of thing. So these flush valves make it a lot easier for the water company to go out there and flush those and, get that cleaned up a lot better. So,
Did that water that you're talking about in Crystal Lake, did it move out of Crystal Lake and move across the highway to other places too, or how's that work?
not as much, I don't think. I think
Okay.
it was more in the Crystal Lake because of those dead-end lines back there.
Okay.
When that was built years ago, most of those lines just dead-ended instead of, being built into a circle or,
Right.
where they would kind of flush themselves.
Okay, okay. All right. Well,
Any
that's
other
good.
questions?
That's good news for the folks at home, I think.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Don't have anything, I don't guess, Kevin. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Okay. All right, we're still in public comment time, so anyone else want to come up tonight and speak to the city council?
Good evening. My name's Randy Steens. I'm here with Sandra Gelfo. We both live at 404 Horton Road. I know there were some questions when we brought up our petition about installing a speed hump, if I was an owner or renter or something like that. Ms. Gelfo's a homeowner. We are here representing her. We have POA on her for now. So just want to clarify that. And I know also in the guidelines, it does not specify somebody that has to be a homeowner. It just says a person or resident. So just wanted to clarify that in case any of you had any questions why we're doing this. We're here representing her. I know the last step we took for this speed hump on Horton was we talked with Kenneth Powell and his road crew committee. They denied the speed hump based on the guidelines of the speed hump set by the city. The line of sight wasn't good enough, so we respect that decision. But we are here asking still, I asked in the meeting, nobody had an answer. What can we still do on Horton Road? I'm requesting more signage, better signage, speed limit signs, something like that, just to help the residents or people traveling on that road to understand what the speed limit is. And I know Kenneth said he would defer that back to this meeting after we talked in the road crew committee meeting. So
I personally spoke to the chief, of police, and I asked him to do what he could to step up patrols to
Yes, we do
make
see
sure that
patrols,
people are following the law there and the speed limit. So it's I know you're disappointed, but we're kind of doing some of the things that we can do, and that's
right.
one of the things that was pretty easy for me to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, chief, can we help these people out and
Right.
keep an eye on this a little bit better? And he agreed to. So just want to let you know that
Yeah, we do see.
they are working on
We
it.
do see the patrols every now and then, so yes, that has helped some, yes. But I do think some better signage or more signs just to help out would maybe help some of the problem anyways.
Corey, you have any additional thoughts on that at all? Signage or anything like that, or no?
We did reduce the speed limit to 15 start, but there is only one sign.
What's the sign say?
15 miles an hour.
15, that's it? That's it? That's it, 15? Is there anything else, additional signage we could do to say slow down or anything, or anything, huh? What's that?
So there's a dead end sign on the street. Could it be moved up to the beginning of the street?
It is.
It's not. It's close, but it's not. I've lived here all my life.
I've lived on the board for 50 years.
So, your all's point, though, is to move the dead-end sign closer to the entrance of the street. Is that what you said, Trey, or what?
So it's not right on, at the beginning of the street. There's a house right there on the corner. It's on the right-hand side. And it sits back, I did not measure it, but it does sit back off the main road.
Okay, well, Kenny?
I'll
You're
go
the-
with
you're-
Corey.
you
We'll
look at
talk.
that,
We'll-
Kenny.
We'll see where we can move it. Obviously, there's gonna,
Okay.
they've got restrictions and guidelines that they have to for sign placement, so I'll get with Corey, we'll look at it and see where it's at and what we can do.
Do you have any additional comments for the council from the street committee meeting?
I had it on my committee report at the end to discuss. We did meet about it. It didn't meet criteria. There was no good place to put it, so we voted 3-0 to not put in the speed hump. There's really, we've got the guidelines, we've got the criteria to follow. That's what we have to do. So we can't put it on a hill, and that's what we decided to do. So, as far as the signage, we'll look and see. Corey did reduce the speed limit. At the end of the day too, we just have to be neighborly and talk to our neighbors if we see that someone is driving fast. I think we've all dealt with that.
When was it reduced to? It was always 15th, as far as I know, and I lived there almost as long as Dick. No. Sorry.
What's that?
I say it's been 15th for a long time, more than 6 months, a very long time. And I think the problem is, as soon as you turn on Horton Road, there it is. Maybe we can move it back a little bit so they can see it, because most of your side streets are 25.
What,
And then I saw something cute on Facebook. A lot of counties are doing like 15.1, 14.5, get their attention that it's 15. I just thought that was a clever idea.
are your speeders folks who live on the road? Because I think Richard Rankin spoke about, he told the contractors that were building a house or 2 houses or something back there to slow it down, and I thought they did, but are these?
Basically, it's your deliveries,
Oh,
a lot of deliveries, they speed. I think everybody on the block listens, because they all have kids and dogs too, And then we have new people, of course, and again, where that sign is, I personally didn't see where for a long time.
okay, I think we can work on signage, and that'd be within the street committee, so I think Kenny can tend to that, okay? So we see what we can do there.
You didn't like my cute idea, I could tell.
Well, here's the thing about signs like that. The city or the county has to buy those signs. And if you wanted to change that speed limit to 10 miles an hour, they don't stock 10-mile-an-hour signs.
Right.
So who's gonna pay for that sign? I mean, whether it was 15.13.
I just thought it was.
I get it, I
extra.
understand, and, it's always, believe me, I wish I could fix and pay for everything, but you can't.
I think a lot of people have in their mind your side streets are 25. That's my opinion. No, I don't think it's a look that we go zooming down.
Well, and,
there,
I mean, I live in Prestwick, and our speed limit's 25. And I know that, we have Amazon, UPS,
Yeah.
school buses, FedEx, everybody's in and out every day. And, I can tell, Uber Eats, you can't patrol everything, you can just hope that people are courteous to their surroundings. And like I said, if it is a neighbor,
Employers, they get a lot of notices.
you're exactly right. And, as a homeowner, that's all we can do.
Mayor, do we need to do a thing to have more time, or?
What's it, no, I think they're pretty much wrapped up.
That's fine.
Okay.
If we can work on more signs,
Okay.
then we're happy with it.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you all. Okay, anyone else, public comment tonight?
A comment on Blaine's Cup, that is hilarious.
What's that?
Blaine's Cup is hilarious. That's pretty awesome.
I've been back there 51 years, and the speed limit was 25 mile an hour, okay? It was changed about 6 or 7 months ago. I did not realize it. I have a 350 truck, 5-speed diesel, and where they live, I have to come almost to a complete stop, shift to the second gear, go to first to climb the hill so I will pervade their 15-mile-an-hour speed, okay? I'm trying to work with it. The neighbors know it's been passed, okay? They've moved the sign to 15 mile an hour. You cannot, I'm gonna repeat, you cannot move that sign back more to Madison Street because there's a concrete wall there. You do what you want, but you can't move that sign no back further than what it is. But I will not, and I'll go on record saying this, I will not be criticized by the lady that lives with her mother. When she stopped me the other day and called me a dirty old dirt man to eat dirt and go to hell, I will not, repeat, pass this to your girlfriend, your daughter, that I helped many a time in the wintertime get out so she could go to the hospital where she worked. But I will not be insulted by her. I've never in my life struck a woman. But she don't want to stand in the middle of the street like she did today talking to the neighbor where my wife had to work around her. This is getting real ridiculous and getting out of hand. Do y'all understand? City Council, do you understand what I'm saying? This is way out of proportion. UPS, FedEx, the contractors go back. I can't control their speed. What they can do is go by the speed limit that the city works changed it. That's not my problem. But I will not, repeat, I will not slow my truck down and go to first gear again. If I'm doing 15 mile an hour, 16 like their neighbor screamed at me the other day, slow it down. I stopped and backed up and told her, lady, you don't know how fast I was going. I was going 16 mile an hour. Yes, ma'am. I was going 1 minute over the speed limit, and I will apologize. But as far as that little girl standing out there in the street trying to block the road, ain't going to work for this old man. It just ain't going to do it. I've been back there a hell of a lot longer than anybody else, and I'm planning on staying back there. I'm building a retirement home, and that's where the contractors are coming in. I have no control over the contractors. I told them, and I told them, the guy that was building the house, you got to tell your contractors to slow down. They can go in any subdivision and do the speed limit they can, and all you got to do is catch FedEx or a concrete truck or a dump truck speeding back through there. The people that live back that street know it. I passed it on. I didn't get an ordinance like they did, you know. But I'm up to here. I'm up to here. This is ridiculous. This is plumb ridiculous. I've known them people back there forever and ever and ever. Helped them all I could. But now they want to step in me, stab my back. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. Now you can reduce the speed limit, but in all rights, look at your ballot. That speed limit needs to be 25 mile an hour. That's right. It needs to be 25 mile an hour. Don't need to be reduced to 15 because that's the trailer park. Small subdivision. That's not a subdivision. It's a street. What's yours? What's your speed limit on your street, Joe Davenport? 25. John Black?
I don't even know if we got speed limits on our street, but I guess it's 25.
Right.
You
All
know,
over 25.
but everybody
Unless
does-
you go
but
into a mobile home subdivision.
But everybody does 45.
Unless you go into a mobile home subdivision, then they're 15 mile an hour. But I still repeat myself. I will not take criticism from anybody. I'm fed up with it. Y'all know me.
Okay, all right, Richard. We hear what you're saying.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Okay, bye.
Y'all please.
Okay, we're still in public comment. Anyone else in public comment tonight? Anyone else? Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Very quickly, because I know when I see you in the church parking lot, you say you miss me when I don't get up and speak, so seeing if he smiles, but he's not even going to smile at me. This is more of a PSA, if you will. This coming Monday night at 7 o'clock, the Grange Baptist Church is the Peace Office Memorial Service. It would really be great to see more than just police officers and their families there. It's a great event, 7 o'clock at the Grange Baptist Church. And I think I have my engine brake on when I have been going through Prestwick, because I actually did cover that neighborhood for 3 months while we had a driver on a medical leave. So my apologies if I did get above 25. Thank you.
Okay.
There with the gun that day, boy.
At this time, I'm going to give those who are seeking a city council position or any other elected position, a moment to stand up if you'd like to and just say, introduce, tell us what your name is, and you don't have to say any more than that if you choose to, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to stand up and just say what you're running for and who you are.
Mike Thompson, I'm running for city council, and
Sounds good. Okay. Anyone else?
Sarah Little, also running for city council. Thank you for that, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Landon Cockrell and my wife, Emily, similar to some other members, married couple running, so.
Okay.
A lot of you might know me from Grange Cockrell as well.
Well, if you're successful, which we all hope everyone is, just hope you bring coffee every night. You know? Okay. Anyone else running or trying to be elected to a position tonight that's in the audience? Okay. Okay. No one else wants to speak during public comment, right? No one else. All right. We're going to keep moving then. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I did want to mention on that, he had mentioned the speed limit, I know on Main Street by DeHaven and all that, I think the whole way, it's 15 miles an hour. But I know for sure in front of DeHaven, it's 15 along Main Street there. And I don't know how long that stays 15, but there is a long stretch there, it's 15. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw it out there as something.
Okay. Well, Kenneth can take that into his report. Okay, Kenneth? All right.
Speed limit evaluation for every street.
It's tough to do, I know, I'm riding my brake.
Okay, no one else public comment. We're going to move on to Main Street Director's Report. Sarah Garrett.
Hi. Hello. Donna Sabo could not be here tonight. She had a loss in her family. She asked me to pass those out, extend the invitation, of course, to Rail Fest. We're very excited. It's going to be loads of fun. Lots of live music, Friday and Saturday. Vendors Saturday. Train rides for the kids throughout downtown. It'll be very fun, very cute. So if you have any questions, you can try to ask me, but I don't know if I'll have all the answers. But we do hope to see you there. I'll be there. It'll be good times. There's T-shirts. No? Okay.
Yeah, tell us about the music. It starts Friday night at 5 o'clock, is that right?
I believe
Just for
so.
everybody watching at home and whatever, so that they know as well.
Yes.
And local guy, Johnny Aldridge. I don't know about the rest of them, but I know Johnny Aldridge is a local guy, and he's pretty active in the community, comes to our council meetings sometimes, and
Absolutely.
tries to stay involved, so he's one of the ones that'll be performing.
So from 5 to 7 on Friday, Johnny will be there performing, and then after him, we have a band called Red Dirt Road. And then we have several different music opportunities throughout Saturday.
Oh, what time's
Starting
music?
at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Yep.
Woo.
We party hard here.
I'm telling you what, get your dancing shoes ready.
Okay, I'll move on to Main Street stuff. I'll be quick. Volunteer hours in April, we had just under 100 volunteer hours, which was very exciting. We had 96.5 volunteer hours. A lot of that came from cleaning up the alleys. We had a morning where several of us and a local company was able to come out, bring their truck, provide some help, and haul away some of the natural material that we were dug up, just weeds and stuff. So cleaned up the alleys. Farmers Market has started, and it has started strong. I hope you guys have been able to make your way over there, but if not, make your way over there on Saturday while you're at Rail Fest. It'll be going on.
Hey, Sarah, on
Yes,
the farmer's market, and I know I've kind of touched base on this before. What's the rule as far as, refresh my memory as far as what the rule is? As far as, for example, we've got restaurants on Main Street. So obviously, if somebody sets up a restaurant, or we've got coffee roasters, if they set up a coffee shop, or we've got Blooms, if they set up a flower shop there, they're not paying nearly the taxes and things that the other places are, and kind of defeating the purpose of having a farmer's market there, which is to bring guests downtown to spend money at the local shops and things that are paying all the taxes. And I saw a menu the other day for one of the, looked like a full-blown restaurant there. They had chicken salad sandwiches and
There's a vendor that has chicken salad sandwiches and I think cheesecake.
cheesecake. What's the deal with that? Why are
So-
we providing competition against the local businesses that are paying all the
Well,
taxes?
I think it's just, so it's one day a week, right? And it's only for a few months out of the year, and I think it's just to offer something different. Hopefully, there's not a whole lot of run-in with the local restaurants, because the farmer's market wraps up at 1. So the hope is, of course, that people are gonna hang out downtown, maybe stick around for dinner, or even have lunch at one of the local restaurants if they're open at that point. But just something different, and I think Mr. Russ does a pretty good job of, trying to avoid conflict. So if, we have a restaurant that specializes in, say, Mexican breakfast food, we won't have a Mexican breakfast vendor of sorts. Just offering something a little bit different, just diversity, and then hopefully we'll see what we saw with Devilish Wings, and they'll want to come to LaGrange and move in and open a brick and mortar. Almost like an incubator for us sometimes. So that's what we hope to see, and of course, people can
You're not
go-
exactly selling it for the other businesses that are already here on Main Street. So they're offering competition against the businesses that are already here. I don't care if it's for 1 day or 1 hour. They're offering competition, and the businesses are paying the taxes that are giving the money to the farmer's market to bring the people down to LaGrange.
Well, the farmer's market runs solely off sponsorships. They don't get any money from anywhere else.
Okay, where they are is paid for by the city, which is paid for by the taxes, which is paid for by the businesses and the citizens that are here.
I think on that though, Jason, Sarah's the Main Street Director. I would feel that the person whom we need to bring to the city council or ask him these specific questions you're asking, I'd be Russ Morris. He is the Farmers Market Director. He has a board of directors, right, Joe? Don't you sit on the board? So Joe's on the board. So I would think that what are the protocols for the operation of the farmer's market, who's permitted there? I know who and what you're talking about because I see it as well. However, I don't think Sarah's the right one to be questioning about who's allowed there and who's not. I think that's more of a Russ Morris, you know what I'm saying?
So Russ Morris reports to the city council, or does he report to Sarah?
No, he's the executive director of the farmer's market. They don't report to us. They don't report to, they're just using the facility because during the construction of the farmer's market pavilion, they went to the Ag Development Board and got us $250,000 to help offset the cost of the farmer's market pavilion. So that's the reason they feel like they have the ability to operate out there through their agreement. So they do have the ability to operate there, but your question is the type of sales that they're conducting there. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody can understand it's pretty infuriating if you've got a business on Main Street and you're paying taxes, and meanwhile you got somebody showing up, not paying anywhere near the taxes that the businesses on Main Street are paying and competing against you and stealing your customers. So not only are you not bringing customers, but you're stealing from the people that are already there. And unlike if somebody's selling candles, for example, and one of the shops sells candles, well, you can buy a candle and then go buy a dress or a hat or another candle or whatever. But if you sit down and you eat something and you're full, you're done. You're done for that meal period, whether it's lunch or whatever. You're not going to go eat a full meal and then 5 minutes later go eat another full meal and then 5 minutes later go eat another full meal. So it's pretty upsetting, and I know I'm one of the business owners, but I've heard from a lot of the other business owners as well that it's pretty infuriating that they see competition going on in the farmer's market that's supposed to be bringing customers. To the point where maybe they just shut down their businesses that day and go open up a stand at the farmer's market, stop paying taxes that day, and go over there and open up their place over there if it's going to be a lot cheaper to do business there. So
Well,
obviously,
like I
don't think
say,
we want that.
I will, if this is a issue amongst the council and more folks in general, then I'll make sure that Russ Morris is here at our next meeting. Okay?
All right, thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'll move on. So let's see here. Main Street has been assisting tourism with RailFest vendors. We have 72 different vendors setting up, along with several of our Main Street merchants who, any of them can set up for free. And then we also are supporting several nonprofits by allowing them to set up for free, so it should be a great day for them. Great community outreach. Our first trackside tunes of the season will be in June. I'll see you guys again before the next one. But we will be having Rhythm and Wine Band, backed by popular demand. A lot of people asked for them. We are currently working on a grant called Samtech Cares, so we'll see about that. If we get that, it's up to $75,000 that we can use towards benefiting the community. We have some ideas floating around for that. And then other than that, we're just working on an activity book. Our local businesses were all offered a spot to sponsor a sheet to help offset the cost of printing, and we plan to give those away for free at Oldham County Day, just another way to promote our businesses and get the whole family involved. So we're very excited for that. Samtech, S-A-M-T-E-C, Samtech Cares. They're based out of Indiana, but they do have workers that commute in from Oldham County, so that's why Oldham County. Community development, mostly. It's exciting, Grant World. It's always something new.
Okay, is that your report?
Yes, sir, that's all I
Okay,
got.
anyone have any questions for Sarah at this time? If not, thank you so much for appearing, Sarah. Thank you. And we'll see you, when's the RailFest kickoff Friday? What time?
The big one starts at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
And the stage is going to be in front of History Center.
Is the little train gonna run Friday evening or no? Just Saturday, okay, all right. Okay. Okay, thank
Are
you.
you
Sarah.
driving the train?
Unfortunately, no, but I do know the conductor, and he's somewhat reasonable.
That's good.
Okay, item 10, I'm sorry that Donna Sabo had a loss in her family. I don't know who it is, but so sorry for Donna, and we'd be praying for Donna and her needs and her family. Okay, item 11, we have Grange Utilities Report. Mr. Scott Treese. No, it's Josh Rahm. Josh Rahm, standing in for Scott Treese.
Every other month, you get me. How y'all doing? Scott sent you all the report. Kind of go through project updates. The Oldham Reserve project, supposed to have substantial completion the 8th, which is this week. It doesn't look like it's going to happen this week, so we're hopefully it's soon. They're getting the electrical building done. First Street Water Project, it's approved. We're kind of waiting to put that out to bid due to the construction of the water line and stuff. We have to put temporary lines on the ground, so we need nice weather. The Courts Water Project, it's in construction right now. It's going pretty well. The crew's doing a pretty good job so far. The water pressure valve project, the construction is supposed to begin sometime this month. The Allen Lane project, it's awarded, so they should begin that soon. And then the Denton Floyd lateral extension and the Marquee Apartments, they're both approved and waiting for contractors, so I think they have them out trying to get the contractors right now. And then the Dogwood Estates, their water and sewer plans have been approved by the Division of Water, so I look for them to be sent out to get contractors for those. And then Parkside Estates, Scott and I are working with them in design on the water and sewer lines. That's pretty much it on the projects. If you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Hey, Josh,
Yes,
Scott. The Allen Lane project, is that prepping for the underpass or overpass with the train?
Yes, sir.
That's the deal with that one?
Yeah, they
Okay.
got water lines to move. They've already done the gas lines and the electrical poles, the telecommunication, but they got water line, and then they got a sewer line to move for us. And they also have to move a water line for Oldham County Water also, so.
Gotcha. I'm glad to hear that's moving along. Thanks.
Yeah.
The First Street Water Project that you always are talking about, you're talking about the Highway 53 going underneath the railroad track at
Yes,
Main
sir.
Street, correct?
From the alley to alley.
And from alley to alley, and you're talking about bidding that eventually, or have you
Yes,
already
sir.
bid?
We haven't put it out to bid yet.
Okay.
We're kind of trying to work around
Okay.
dates and all that, because we got
Because-
two lines that are going to be
And
on
the reason
top of it.
I'm bringing that up is that section of road, it's been rough for a long time just because of all the, water repairs and everything y'all have had to deal with through that block. But I'm getting folks who are constantly asking myself, what are we going to do about the paving of that area from like there to Dairy Queen? Because the highway is sort of rough, in many spots, potholes and just roughness. So I would like to try to see perhaps if we get you all done in there, then we'd try to pave, get the state to do an overlay from Main Street to, say, Dairy Queen or somewhere, because it is rough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, but I don't want to do that until you all get your extensive project done, because that's going to be a pretty extensive project,
Yes, sir.
alley to alley, boring underneath the railroad track,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yeah.
And that's going to happen maybe in the summer?
I think that's what he's planning, around Oldham County Day. I think that's where we're going to start it.
Okay,
I think it's a good time to start it, right?
okay.
I mean, you approved it. That's what you said.
I think I did
Just
a.
kidding,
I-
everybody. Just joking.
I
Just
think I think I
joking.
did a road closure for you all for Oldham County Day, didn't we?
Yeah.
So the chief-
Also, I want to
yeah.
thank Public Works for helping us last week on paving a couple patch holes we had over the winter. So I just want to thank them for helping us get that done.
Okay. All right, does anyone have any other questions for Josh? If not, I always try to get a motion to approve their financial report tonight.
Motion to approve.
Second, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion, a second by Joel made the motion. I think Jason Kinzer seconded that. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, everyone, we usually take a break about 10:30. We're not quite there yet, so we usually take a 5 or 10 minute break, so we'll keep moving on. Keep moving on. Does everyone still have their bag of popcorn? Or, so do we have any extra popcorn up here, Karen?
Yeah.
There's some more popcorn back there if you need it. So, next item on our agenda tonight is item 12. It's an ordinance, number 6.6, Series 2026, ordinance amending the personnel and pay classification plan for city employees. This is a second reading of the ordinance for tonight. There will be a public hearing, so we'll have that opportunity for the public to intervene or comment.
Mayor, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, but before we go forward, a point of order on here. I didn't realize that this was going to also include where each job was going to be placed. I know we looked at different levels for different things, and we had from, I think, level 9 to level, 9 to 22 or whatever, that we had discussed. It was 10. But I didn't know we were going to put the actual jobs, place those in there, and we hadn't discussed that. So I don't know if this should be a second reading. I feel like that's a pretty big change to have this automatically go to a second reading. I feel like maybe we need to go back to a first and have some discussion on who's
If you
going
remember
where.
correctly, in the meeting that we had, Jason, you were the one that said, we came up with the personnel, this part, but when it came to assigning, you made that statement that that should be up to the mayor.
To place it there and then discuss it as
Well, that was not, you just said, well, that should be up to the mayor, and and then that's what it really is up to the mayor to do that.
I disagree. I think it's up to the council to decide what that individual job
Beach.
pays on the
Here's
classification.
Beach. Because I was under the impression that that was the rule of order of that, because you said, well, there's no sense in us spending any more time on that, that the mayor can do that.
Yeah, that's true, that's what was said and done, and, but it is up to the city council to set the personnel and pay classification schedule, which is the 13 grades that you created, and the but the actual determination of the salary of the individual is an executive function of the mayor based solely on it having been approved by the council by virtue of an ordinance creating enough of it to create the budget system. So you guys are supposed to determine how much money gets put in the budget, and then it's up to the mayor to decide how to spend it on whom.
According to KLC, the city council determines how much each position pays, the pay range of each position.
Right, and that's what this,
Not the individual. I know the mayor does each individual person, so he can give them a raise or demote them or whatever he wants to do. But the city council creates the position. If we decide we want to have, for example, I don't know, a chimney inspector, then we create the position of chimney inspector as a council, and we determine what range the chimney inspector position pays, if it's 40 to 50,000 or 40 to 60,000 or whatever. And then in that, the mayor puts that. But the council determines what the position range is, and then the mayor determines that where in the range that individual person sits, is my understanding.
And that's what this is, Jason. As Lucy said, when we came out of the personnel meeting, you, yourself, Latasha, and whom else?
me,
And Lucy?
Lucy? Okay. I think Lucy's right in saying, I'm okay with the range that we have adopted by the folks who did the plan. And then at some point in the future, the mayor, and I believe you agreed and said that the mayor will decide himself on what that person will make, okay? Now, where that's going to fall in at will be in the budget that we're going to be presenting at first reading tonight based on our hours of deliberation between the personnel committee and getting to this point tonight as a second reading. I believe that's what we agreed to do from the personnel committee tonight, is to have a second reading adopting this pay classification plan for the city of Grange employees, correct?
That was my understanding, Mayor, that we were going over the classification plan with the 13 different levels on there. But my understanding was not that we were going to, that you were going to look at where to put each job, where you thought, and the city council would approve where each job is as far as which range, whether they're number 13 on that number 13 range, or the pay plan number 15 range, or 18 range, or 22, or whatever. That was my understanding on that, and I think that's, from my understanding, that's according to statute what we should do.
And that's where
Well, that's the meeting, I mean, that's what's in your mind, but the meeting of the minds was the definition of the word plan. And so if your all's plan was simply to create this two-dimensional matrix here of grades, and your plan is to leave it up to the mayor to select what grade they fall into, that's your plan. And that's what 2 out of 3 people say you all agreed to.
we,
I don't think we came out of the meeting, Jason, me and you, with the complete putting them where they are on the range. That's what you don't like, is where they're at on the range. And we were talking about that before we left that meeting.
and you, and I thought we needed to go over that, but you said, no, there's no sense in spending any time. That's something that the mayor can do.
And the whole city council needs to approve it. As
Right.
far as what
That's
what
what
do
we're
we
doing
think a
today.
And that's what
police
we're
chief
doing.
position pays, which range,
Right.
and then the mayor, within that range, the mayor decides exactly where they
Let
are.
me ask you this
So-
then, as of that, and I apologize to have to go through this with this, but what grade, what position do you think is not appropriate?
Okay, and then I
Because-
got a question. If we're gonna do the second reading and we're talking about that, are we gonna talk about this within that? So why are we talking about it now?
Yeah, and
That's what I
that was
wanna
my
know.
question too before we got started. If this
Right,
is a
I
second reading of those 13 grades that we already
Right.
talked about and looked at, then yes. If we're looking at where the
We don't
chimney
get to look
inspector
at that.
position lands in one of those ranges of, is
We
it
don't
pay
get to
grade
do that.
14 or pay grade
We don't get to
15?
do that.
We don't get to
That's
do
a
that.
different meeting, I think.
We don't get to do that. We just choose the range and where the job fell in the range. And then we agreed that one of those things did not go in the range that it's in, and I think that's where the problem lies, where they put that range. So the range needs to be changed.
So,
That's what you're saying.
okay,
It's not that the pay needs to be changed, the range needs to be changed so that the pay can fall more properly within that range.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so which ones are the ones that you want to discuss? Do you want to?
Well, I think
Hey,
we're in a meeting.
hold on a second, hold on a second.
We're not
Hey,
following.
Hey,
Doing this now.
wait a minute.
Right.
We're going to have a public hearing, and then when the council goes into its own discussion after the public has spoke, then the council will discuss what we're talking about here right now, okay? We're trying to get this motion, get this onto the floor, get it into the public hearing process. So what we're needing right now is a motion and a second just to hopefully approve this pay classification plan tonight at some point, okay? So I need a motion and a second. I would expect that motion and
the
second to
motion.
come out Personnel Committee.
I'll make the
The
motion.
motion
And I'll
comes-
second it.
Motion made by Latasha, second by Lucy. Thank you all for that. Now we have a motion and a second. Now we need a motion and a second go into the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Trey,
I'll second.
second by Latasha. Is that okay?
Yeah.
We have a motion, a second to go into public hearing. And all those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, what I'd like to do before we move forward is I'll let Beach speak, and I'll call on Katie Bechtold, our HR director, to come forward, please, if you would. And I want you to explain to the council and also the audience listening how this pay classification study came about, how it was performed, the many meetings that we all had with the Personnel Committee, and what brings us here tonight for the second reading, Katie. And this is Katie Bechtold. She's our HR Director for the City of LaGrange.
Can I just set
Yes. Yes.
legal framework?
Yes.
KRS 83A070 subsection 2 says, "The legislative body of each city shall fix the compensation of city employees."
Speak into the microphone, please.
Shall set the compensation of city employees and non-elected city officers in accordance with a personnel and pay classification plan which shall be adopted by ordinance.
Okay. Okay. Welcome, Katie. If you would, just explain to the council on how we came to this point tonight, how the pay classification plan was pieced together, and please give them an overview of what took place there.
Sure. End of last year is when we started discussing getting a pay classification plan actually initiated into our personnel policy. We had revised the personnel policy. It took us over a year to revise we call it a personnel policy, it's also our employee handbook, had not been revised in over 12 years. So we teamed up with KLC and Chris Johnson / Mike Simon and worked very intensely on updating our handbook, getting it up to date. It went from a 40-page personnel policy to a 170-page personnel policy. One of the topics in there is a pay classification compensation plan, which we do not have in a scale form in our personnel policy, but we do have job descriptions with pay ranges up until this point. The mayor wanted to get more of like a pay scale that a lot of cities have incorporated into their personnel policies. I know the county has a pay grade scale, and that was something that he wanted to have put into our personnel policy. So I went about talking to other cities who have that in place, one of them being Shelbyville, Kentucky. They spoke very highly of the HANA Resource Group, who did their study. HANA Resource Group has also been at multiple conferences that I've attended with Lucy Ricketts and Cindy Alvano. We actually spoke to Andrea Bevan at one of our conferences in detail about thinking about possibly using them to do a study for us because they have access to more market material than someone like me or an average HR rep would have. They actually pay companies to do research with many different parts to form the best compensation plan that is comparable with cities our size and that help with retention and job security and things like that. So Mayor and I met with Andrea Bevan through a Zoom call, and we decided at that point, or the mayor did, to hire them to do our study. There was a lot of information that we had to provide to Andrea and her team for her to complete the study. A lot of it came from my department. Most importantly, accurate job descriptions for all positions in the city. So I made sure that all the directors were reviewing their job descriptions, making sure they were up to date, accurate with what we have so far with the pay ranges that we had approved a few years back in council. And once they've all agreed to their and approved their job descriptions, we went ahead and forwarded them on to Andrea Bevan and her team. They also asked for information about every employee, how long they've been with the city, when was their hire date, just multiple things that I had to supply. A lot of came from our own payroll system. So we gave everything to them, took them about 4 to 6 weeks for them to come up with their proposed compensation plan, which they then provided to myself, and I provided that to the mayor, and then provided it to the personnel committee. I know there were mixed feelings on it from the personnel committee. There were some that weren't pleased, thought it might have been a little high. I did go ahead and tell them that Andrea Bevan and her team looked at municipalities and government entities, did not go into the private practice, because that is when they're looking at city government. That's the demographics they use and the entities. They did what they called a Crestwood market, not meaning that the numbers all came from Crestwood, Kentucky, but it was from entities similar in size, and we kind of did a thing at the last personnel committee, like a map of what that looked like for how they found their research and their data. When they came back, the proposed study, I think I sent out to all council on April 7th with the proposed pay scale. However, I did put in that email that there were 2 or 3 positions that were discussed at the personnel committee that they wanted changed. They wanted 2 positions, this is the personnel committee and the mayor, they wanted 2 positions up by 2 pay grades, and they wanted 1 position decreased by 1 pay grade. So the mayor told me to go ahead and make that adjustment on the pay scale, which I did in regards to the positions. And if you need to know who those are, I can share those with you, obviously, but the personnel committee should also be aware.
Please use positions instead of names.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I didn't use any names, I didn't think, sorry. But they wanted changes to, do you want me to disclose those? The 2 that are different, the 3? Okay, I will. They wanted to bump code enforcement officer and city clerk up 2 pay grades. So they went from a 18 to a grade 20. And then the human resources, transportation director, payroll administrator, they bumped down from a 22 to a 21. Those were the changes that were discussed. I also want to say that once this pay grade came out, the mayor and I did meet with each director individually. The mayor wanted their feedback on what they thought of the pay scale and the pay grade, not only for themselves, but for their team. And the majority were very happy with the results, the research. They commended the Hannah Resource Group for the work they did. And that's what we wanted to hear. We wanted to know that what they're seeing is, I think, is accurate as well.
From what I've seen, it's basically a 30% raise across the board from people that are already in position and already hired and agreed to do that position and doing a good job. At least a 30% pay raise across the board.
I mean, the pay ranges, I don't know if they were all 30.
Is there anybody that we've seen on, or any position that we're seeing on here that doesn't have at least a 30% pay raise or right at that? Because that's a pretty huge jump.
I mean, this is just
Considering we've already got these positions filled, it's not like we're desperate to find people. These positions are already filled. These employees that interviewed and agreed to do these positions for these salaries, and we're throwing a whole bunch of money their way, in addition to the yearly.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jason, let's try to save that discussion after we listen to our folks running the actual department. And then once we get into discussion, I think you can certainly bring all those types of ideas and concerns forward, if you could. Well, I'm
not going to fight with one of the employees about what they should get paid. I'm here to represent the people who elected us, so
Well,
they're paying the taxes.
I realize that, and you.
As well as the employees.
And you know too, I think you would agree with me that we, 4, 5, 6 months ago, we had some folks and some employees who, came to me and wanted, and felt they needed, a certain amount of more money. I'll put it that way. And I said, you know what? I can give you possibly what you want, but I'd like to have a study done to see perhaps if and where we are. I think in some of these instances, and you're aware of who some of those are, I think the pay range scale compensation study has helped those situations. But these employees gave me the opportunity to get this study done. And I think you were one that felt this person was vastly underpaid, and for what this person was doing, they should get probably 35% raise. But I wasn't ready to give a 35% raise until I had data to show that that's where that person may be and should be. And I think the study performed and did that. Okay? So, Katie, thank you for your overview of what the study was meant to do and accomplish. So, I don't know how much the audience has to offer, other than maybe from your own business and your own private daily things that you have in your workplace, how it compares to city government. But we're going to open this up for discussion, and basically you've heard what this council is going to eventually be discussing tonight. So if there's anyone here tonight that would like to stand here in support of this ordinance that's being presented to the city council for discussion at a later time, I'd welcome you to come to the podium and tell us you think it's a way to do business, it's things that you would support. And does anyone here have, you might have the same circumstance in your workplace, that people are just paid on favoritism, on who knows who. But I think to take that out of the situation here, I wanted to get this range done so we could try to place these people within the ranges that it says their job description calls for in the market data of this area.
Mayor, I had a question for Katie, if I could.
Yes, sir.
And Katie, you said Andrea Bevan. What was the name of her company?
The Hannah Resource Group,
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was. Do you know how much the cost was for that study?
$6,000.
Okay.
Thought it was 7. Thought it was 6,900.
John, do you remember? I thought it was.
It was initially 6.
Oh, 66, I'm sorry.
6,600, okay. And then did the committee and the study take in consideration any benefits, or were they strictly looking at salary when they compared it to other municipalities?
And that was brought up because I personally think a full compensation scale should look at benefits as well, because we have very rich benefits. But when compensation groups and studies do this, they do not take that into consideration. One of the reasons is because there are some people that work for us who probably don't care about the benefits. It's not an important thing. They want the money in their pocket rather than the benefits. It's too widespread. And Mayor, if you can remember anything else that I'm missing, that is one thing that they said they do not take into consideration when they're doing a pay scale. These professional companies, strictly based on like job description, how long in the job, things like that.
Based on your research and talking to other municipalities, how does LaGrange, the city of LaGrange, fit into that in terms of benefits? Are we up high compared to all these other municipalities, and what percentage do you know?
I mean, to be honest, we do have very rich benefits, and I know our employees know that. You know, the amount that we pay versus the employees is something that everyone should be very grateful for. Just looking at the county, or even looking at other cities our size, and we've talked about this over the past few years when it comes up to benefit renewal time, and we'll be talking about that again this year. Our benefit renewal will be in October. We do have outstanding benefits that are paid for. We know we have the HRA. We have they're amazing. I'll be the first person to stand behind that.
Okay.
And I I try to preach to the employees that that's huge, and I think most of them understand that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to clarify what we're having a public comment on, because I don't recall the pay grades and the jobs being in the first reading. Do we have those? We had a first reading?
It was.
With these jobs placed in here?
It was.
It was?
Okay, once again, anyone here tonight would like to come up and speak in support of the ordinance what knowledge you have about it? We are in it. Yeah. So, anyone, yes, sir. Katie,
I'm trying to understand a couple of the classifications here. Class E and N as exempt versus non-exempt, I'm assuming?
Yes.
EES is
I'd be,
over here. What is E?
number of employees.
Number of employees. Now, how
Which-
does that
that-
fit to this side?
So he put the grade scale on, Beach compiled this, he put the grade scale on both sides. It doesn't need to be on both sides, correct, Beach? But you put them on there?
But the number of jobs here versus the number of jobs over here is completely different.
So this is just the number of jobs in that pay range. It can be multiple positions.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
okay. Anyone here tonight in support? Come forward, please.
I think it's great that you're doing a pay grade range. What some of the ranges are is what I think is the negotiable part of the city council, to look at that responsibly. And don't forget that whatever that range is, they'll get COLA, right? I mean,
Yes.
all employees will get COLA. And then, Counselor, I heard you say the law, the KRS, but what I thought I heard you say was that it came back to the city council in that KRS to determine the salary once the individual is hired in that KRS. Because I was under the impression it was the mayor's, as long as they're within that grade range. But I thought the way it was stated in the KRS, that when they hire the person, they also set the salary in that grade range.
Yeah, I mean, that's what 90% of what we do is figuring out what they meant.
Exactly.
So, the legislative body of each city shall fix the compensation of city employees and non-elected city officers in accordance with a personnel and pay classification plan which shall be adopted by ordinance. So it's really the
So wait, let me-
before the horse is the pay plan, which is this creation of a grade system.
Right. But they're fixing the employees, the actual employees'
Right, but some
pay.
organizations allow the department head to determine the step inside. It's like a grade step system. And other systems just simply allow the discretionary use of the appointing authority, which would be a mayor. And so it's really kind of up to his discretion in between the range of the grades, which are about $10,000 apart. Other systems, we decided not to go with the other systems because they just rely too much on arbitrary things like number of years. Okay, you've been here 6 years, you automatically jump up to this. Okay, which is, I think the police have that system. But ours, we did not want that. They wanted it to have, and that was the personnel committee's plan.
That was going to be another question I had. Is there going to be a performance review on employees by the director every year, an actual authorized performance review? Not, hey, you're doing a pretty good job, you're here most of the time, on time, and you stay late some. But I mean, an actual performance review scale is kind of what's
Absolutely.
And you all already had that in place, a performance review scale?
In the past, I'm not sure, in the past, we had one from like 2015.
Okay.
And it wasn't very clear. I mean, the job descriptions were much more detailed back then, but that was a long time ago, and some of those positions are not even around anymore. They just eliminated them.
Right, I'm not talking about the grade scale, I'm talking about an actual year-end performance review that you do with an employee to determine, are they being paid what they need to be, do they need a raise?
That's supposed to be done every 5 years, okay?
That's not
according
industry
to-
standard, but yeah, okay.
I mean, but you still got the cost of living. The other reason for a small city like this to go this route is because if every year, everybody's actually dollar to the cent salary gets selected by 8 people, you'd have to change this ordinance every year, as opposed to the goal is to.
I don't think my question is being understood well enough to be, yes, please.
But I think what she's trying to say is, I come from before I went into the public sector. In the private sector, we did, for all of our employees, it might have been a 1-year review on performance, maybe every 6 months review, to let them know where, as a manager, we thought our employee, what could we, like an improvement plan, like, hey, your raise is coming up, some people may earn raises, some may not, based on their performance. So and I have forms that I would love to incorporate, and we have a performance review in the back of our handbook. I've been here 8 years and never had a performance review. That I don't know of a lot of employees having them. I think I know of one person that has had one, but it is something that we should do so our employees know how they are in the eyes of their director.
I know that I asked that in the
Yep.
committee,
Right, you did.
and I was told,
Yes.
no, we don't.
And there's things that are talked
We
about.
don't have a yearly
Not even,
review.
not just their performance, but their attendance, there's lots of things on the review that get measured by the director. And so then at
Right.
the end, the director sits down with, whether it's with the mayor and them or myself and the director, we talk about the things they're doing great, the things that they can maybe improve on, and set some goals for them for the upcoming year. So it's an annual review.
And did they meet the goals, or did
Right.
they not meet the goals that were set in the previous
year.
annual?
I just think Mary Ellen's just trying to find out what was y'all's decision. Are we gonna have annual reviews or not?
Yes.
Is that included or not?
Yeah.
I guess, with the city, so that as because we all know what's gonna happen. A lot of employees, not all, but some employees may look at the pay grade and say, I should be making this, not this. And it's very tough to say no to an employee, no, you're not there yet, because you have to base it on something. So guess what I'm trying to say is, and you answered it, thank you, yes, you do have performance reviews. It's not been maybe administered as much as probably, you would if you were in corporate. But you set goals for that employee, you see what their weaknesses are and how they need to improve them, and then you base their pay raise on that. And that's strictly, what you're saying is that's the mayor's total decision, the pay grade, the pay raises, and what a new employee would make when they're brought in. Is strictly the mayor's, is what you're saying, according to the KRS.
But if a new employee comes in and they're to be hired, then they're going to be taken through the city council for the hiring at what number they're hiring in at.
Right, the pay grade is there, but,
Yeah.
what you make, right. Okay, thank you.
I just want to reiterate one other thing. I do know of many directors that do talk with their employees about their performance. It might not be in writing, and I do believe things should be in writing to be put in their employee file to review year after year. I know of quite a few directors that have sat down with their employees and talked about things that they could work on. It might not be in writing, but it has been done on a one-to-one basis. I would like to see it, though, get more into a writing format so we have documented conversations.
Okay, we're still in the support portion of the public hearing. Anyone here want to come forward in support of the ordinance that the council will be considering tonight? Anyone here? Yes, sir.
Start my time. debate about coming up, I think it's important to adopt some type of scale of something. It's not my decision to pick where these people land. But if I want to go mow your lawn at the University of Louisville, it's going to say, look up the job code, and it's going to say you are a grade 9, code E. You do the matrix, you know where you're going to start at. That's common in healthcare. I come from the education world. I won staff of the year, 2 different districts, and I worked across the hallways from some of the junkiest people, and we got paid the same. That's just the way it is, because it's a fair, transparent scale. I think it's very important for the council to adopt that scale. It holds accountability. Just go out on just say what it is. I asked for a 90-day review, and ultimately, the mayor did not have a guideline to give me a 90-day review. We took it to Parks Committee. We talked about it. We voted 3-0. Then we shot it down. Then we went back here. It caused a lot of hurt feelings and turmoil because there wasn't a guide. Don't miss the fact that there needs to be a guide, because a new mayor could roll in here and be like, you know what, you're paying $30,000, or I really like you, you're going to get $130,000. That guide, in my mind, gives a protection to the city. Now, you all determine the grade levels, right? But that guideline keeps everybody in check, and it helps me as an employee to know what my future can be, not determine how many hoops I got to jump through, who I got to talk to, what I got to do, this and that and the other. And that's no disrespect for anybody. That's just the way it's set up right now. We're doing a disservice to everybody. It puts your mayor at a disservice because he is trying to balance between not hurting employees' feelings, not doing this. If I want more money, and if it's not within that grade in education, I go get another degree and get a rank change. If I want more money, then I'll try to be a police officer. Right now, we do not have that standard as a city, and it's a disservice. I think it's just common sense to adopt that scale. I have 1:37 left. I will answer any questions honestly if you'd like to ask me any questions. I will say this, that salary did come back at one of my field workers. It dropped the salary by $3,000. That's a win to me as a director, because that gives me $3,000 that I can maybe use toward another seasonal in some way or another. So not everything was a jump. Were we potentially paying people $3,000 or $4,000 extra a year? Maybe. Were we potentially paying people way under? Yeah. So anyway, I'll answer anything you need to know.
I agree with you, Steve, that we need the grade and classification plan. We definitely need the steps in there, the pay grade, whether it's pay grade 10 or 14 or however they have it. I think a lot of, especially when the pay is public and all that, and it's so out there, it's a lot easier to have the position within a certain grade, and that way you know that this position is pay grade 14 or this position is pay grade 23, and the range is in there as well. And I agree with you that we need, and Mrs. Kinzer that spoke, that we need to have some performance reviews and to give the employees clear goals and guidelines. It helps with their day-to-day. If they don't know what they're supposed to do, then how are they supposed to do it and do it well? So if we have clear goals and guidelines for them, I think that helps a lot, and it helps with why and when you get raises, and we're dealing with taxpayer money. It's not, if it's my money to give away and I've got the money, heck, yeah, but we're dealing with other people's money, so.
A grade scale like that is a protection to every elected official, because I see a lot of you at the parks and stuff, and we hee-haw around and stuff like that. And guess what? Somebody can look me up online, put your salary scale on the website, and they know where I'm at. And if I'm over that, then somebody's not doing the proper job.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. Okay, anyone else in support of? Support of. That's what we're in. Public hearing. Anyone want to come up and be not in support of what we're suggesting here tonight? Anyone not in support? Sure? No one's not sure? Okay. All right. We don't have rebuttals or anything because we had Steve, and we don't have anybody against. So does anyone else, council, have any questions for the public before we bring it back to the council for discussion? Anyone? Always like to get everybody's opinions heard. So if not, I'll entertain a motion. We close the public hearing, go back into regular session.
Motion.
Motion made by Jason
Second.
Kinzer, second by who?
Me?
Trey Kamer. Thank you, Trey.
Thanks.
We have a motion, a second. All those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the matter is with the city council. Beach, if you want to give us a clear clarification of what we're about to either approve tonight, accept, or not approve, please do so for the council. You're blue,
Yeah,
you're good.
It's pretty simple. It's just if you're in favor of adopting this compensation schedule, that's the ordinance that you're adopting. It has the compensation and the pay plan is attached as part of it. So that's all one motion.
Okay, council?
So
open
nobody
first.
can say anything or question anything, it's just you take this whole thing or else nothing. Either you get every single part of it, the omnibus bill as it was, or nothing.
Well, considering the fact that this was distributed a month ago, you've had a month to talk about that. I mean, that's the plan, that's what was
Wait,
presented a month.
what are you talking about? We can't have, you tell us all the time we can't be having conversations over email. This is our time to converse and talk about it. You tell us all the time, y'all can't talk about this amongst yourselves. No talking.
No, that is not true at all. You can talk to your friend. That way, you just can't talk to four friends at the same time, okay? Or you can't talk to four friends at three separate times.
Okay, all right. Hey, Lucy, Lucy was the chair of the committee. Please, if you could, Lucy, summarize the last meeting that you feel like you had at Little Blue House, 309 West
Okay.
Main, and what did you expect as chair of the committee to come to the city council with the committee's blessing tonight?
What we came with was this personnel and pay classification plan. That's the first thing on it that has 10 through 23. That's this page. The other page has the compensation plan for city employees. That is something that we discussed. And we came up, I had another whole sheet, I don't have that with me tonight, that had all that information. And we had discussed what grades each position would be. And we used the information that we got from the Hannah Group to decide where they belonged from the grade scale. So like, you could be dog catcher, okay? And you could be a dog catcher could be a grade 11. And that means that the dog catcher would get anything from $28,889 as a minimum. And then there's a midpoint grade pay scale of 32,500 and a maximum of 36,111. So that just said within that part, within that about that one's about $8,000. Within that $8,000, depending upon the number of years they've been in that position, the number of experience they have in that position, the amount of what their work really pertains to. Are they doing their job well? And that's part of that having to do the job review. They should know where they belong in that. So we went through all of those, every one of those, and came up with them. And as Katie said, there was a few that were lowered, two that were raised and one that was lowered, right? Okay. And other than that, everyone seemed to have the right thing. And we voted on this But when it came, and then we agreed to this, I even called everyone and said, my two people that are on the committee, are you okay with this page? And this is something that Beach put together. It was not done by the committee, other than he just summarized what we had decided about the grades and positions. And everyone said they were okay with it. So this was a completely out of the blue today.
Well, see, I don't remember you doing that, and that would have been
I
against
called
open meetings.
No, it's not. It's not if I called.
You called the whole committee.
I called the whole committee and said, I just want to make sure before we go to the first reading of this, that you understand that that's what we did.
You did. She called.
And I called
She
you
called me
and
that
said,
night.
I just wanted to make sure that you understood what we agreed on. And I did the same thing with you.
Yes, and then because there was one we didn't really agree on.
Right.
And we moved it,
And it was moved.
and it's still out of play.
And it was agreed, and and then after I talked with you two, and I said, I don't want this to go to the council unless I understand that we have done that. That is not an open, that is just to make sure to check. So then I talked to the mayor, and I said, well, there is one that we have a problem with, and he agreed that, okay, that should be changed. Now, Jason, you said at that meeting, you thought you said everything was okay. I mean, I left that meeting thinking, okay, this is good. And you were in agreement. And now today I get this.
For this, page 1, and I think we needed the whole, I said the whole council needs to be involved with where these positions go, because by statute, the whole council should be involved with where these positions go.
But
if you look up the law, it says the city council
Okay, then.
decides what range this job pays.
Do we need then to go spend the time to go back over each one, kind of like what we did with?
Well, I think the mayor should make the recommendation, but the city council should decide. The mayor should make the recommendation on where these positions fit in here, and the city council should decide as a council.
Okay, so that's a vote.
And this is what
Right?
the mayor.
Yeah.
It's either, like you said, all or nothing.
All or nothing. This is what the mayor said.
Yep. So at this point, there's a couple I'm not familiar with, so I'm a no. I'm a flat no on the whole thing. So we're going back to the drawing board.
No.
And I think we were kind of there at the end of the meeting. There was a few of them we just didn't really agree on, and agreed that everybody should hear it and see what they think.
Yep. Agreed. Any other council members have any questions for the committee?
So
Has everyone seen the actual pay rates, the proposed pay rates?
They've not been.
I know the budget committee has seen the actual pay rates, but for some reason, not all the council members were privy to get all that information.
Well, it seems like everyone, it's come to my attention that everyone got that email to them but me. I didn't get it being emailed, but somebody was emailing all
I
that
didn't get an email
around.
on it.
I just want to say, I was at the personnel committee, and I feel like that the committee made up of Latasha, Lucy, and Jason were in agreement with, as we left that meeting, where folks and employees were placed as a pay grade in their present position. Would that be an accurate statement?
That was how I felt.
Say that again, Mayor.
But it was a no.
Everybody that
card.
we were dealing with that night, and we were dealing with everyone, that the directors and even employees, but we all felt, we were all in agreement, if we shifted, or you all suggested shift one up, two to a higher pay grade, lower one to a lesser pay grade, and then I believe you said, Jason, the mayor will decide within the pay classification plan where these people will fit. But all our job is tonight is to assign a pay grade to them, to each position, and we will recommend this by a 3-0 vote to the city council that we discussed this. I don't know how many meetings it was.
It was a
but
bunch.
that's where we concluded.
It was a lot.
Okay?
So what what I apparently didn't convey clearly enough was this scale, this grade 1 or grade 10, grade 16, grade 23, that I'm good with. And once the city council decides that dog catcher is a grade 15, which pays between $38,598 and $50,178, the mayor decides where in that range of grade 15 the dog catcher John Brown Smith gets paid.
Well, and then.
That was what I wanted to convey.
Yeah, and what happened there is if you recall, the Hannah report basically said that they use a six or 7 year time period as being midpoint. I said, I don't care what the Hannah group calls midpoint. I'm not going to consider 6 years on the job being the midpoint of your scale.
Agreed.
Okay? You remember that?
Agreed, yep.
And I said, my midpoint might be 13 years. So if you got the dog catcher that's been here for about 13 years doing a good job, then I'm probably going to say their annual midpoint right now should be about 44,388. That's how I would put them into the pay classification plan, right? So that would give us some idea about if they've been here 13 years, done a good job, looks like to me they're about midpoint of the range. And that's how I would suggest to you all that that's where they need to be. So what's the issue now?
And I think what they're talking about, I think what's being talked about is that thing that got passed around that's from the budget committee that shows exact pay
Right.
for some people.
Yeah. Isn't that part of this, though?
No, well.
Is it not
No,
going to be
that's
part of this?
That's not part
Isn't
of
it going
this.
to be part of this once the budget is passed?
Once
Yes or
this
no?
is passed, then
Yes.
it will
Yes.
be unless you want to disagree with the budget. This is not.
Here's the situation,
Okay,
though.
all right.
Go ahead,
All right,
finish.
you're saying, and I know, I mean, I happened to see it because Latasha just showed me the thing, and I'm going, okay. Well, that's what the mayor has put. But that's the mayor's decision. They're great.
Hold on, Lucy. What is it you're referring to?
What's going around is the part from the budget.
Who's going around? What's going around?
One position going from 61,000 to 99,000.
I said, where's that coming from?
I don't know.
I don't know.
So did you just receive something that's got numbers on it?
I didn't, but
Well, I thought that's what you were referring to.
I'm the only one that didn't get it. Everyone else, I think, in here got that from somebody. And I don't know who it was.
So where'd that come from? Out of the budget committee?
Yes. Budget committee got that information, correct?
And then those numbers were sent around to people?
To the
Yes.
rest of the council.
Okay, so somebody assimilated those numbers and sent them around, correct?
I'm on the budget committee meeting, so I'll speak. So towards the end of our meeting, and so Laura and Joe are both on that meeting committee as well. There was a handout that was given towards the end of that
Okay.
meeting, and you keep me honest if you feel differently. It did have a few employees on there. We didn't really request it. It was just given to us.
I had requested
You had
at the end of the prior budget meeting to know, we knew that in the budget, there was going to be an increase of approximately $126,000
Right.
among those particular employees. And I just said, I'd like to know how this breakdown
Okay.
looks. And so that's that document.
Why didn't the chair of the budget committee give that information to the rest of the council? Why are we keeping secrets?
Well, there's no secret, as the person that compiled this Exhibit B here, it was created by a spreadsheet that was given to me, which contained the finished product, according to your all's meeting, that was approved by everybody and subsequently reapproved by Lucy, that showed the
You approved those numbers?
the grade level of each position. It didn't go by people. It didn't say Fred gets this much. It's like, This position falls into this grade, and that's all that the mayor indicated.
Well, somebody came up with Fred Smith that gets this much, and that went to the budget committee, and for some reason, the budget committee decided to keep that a secret from everybody
No,
else.
it wasn't a secret. It
There's
was
no
not a
secrets.
secret. It was no secret.
Well, why do we get it? It's important.
It's always an open
It's
meeting.
because the budget committee was held at a regular budget meeting, Jason, and
Can I correct you? So it was a special called meeting because we were needing to have more meetings to get this in front of you all. So it was last Wednesday at 1 o'clock. It was advertised. It was a 2-hour meeting. This was handed out towards the end of the meeting, if you remember correctly. And we didn't have any discussion on it because it was the end of our meeting. I mean, we didn't vote.
And why was it passed around? You know, there's working forms and there's,
Why wasn't it passed around? is what I
well,
wanna know.
why was it? I don't understand
Why
why it was
wasn't it?
passed, why it was.
Well, the way-
Because if
the
it's
way it
working,
works
everyone
is-
has working documents.
The way it works is you all decide the budget. You're getting it reverse logic here. You all decide the budget. We're gonna put $220,000 into the Department for Parks. The mayor then has discretion to say, okay, I've got $220,000 in this budget line item, and I've got 3 people that I need to, or I probably need 3 people, so I'm gonna give Joe Blow this much and this guy. That's how the budget gets done. You all have already decided how much you're gonna give that budget item, then it's up to the mayor to figure it out, how much people get.
the council has not decided that yet, Beach.
Agreed.
The council has not decided that yet.
I'd like to say that this page right here that assigns grades was never voted on by the committee to approve this. The only thing we voted on was this.
Correct.
This was made up, and Beach, you sent this to me, and I said, but Beach, we didn't vote on this.
Aren't we here to vote on it now?
Let's do it.
That would be a first reading.
It was,
No, it was on the other.
It was
No,
part
Katie,
of
you
our
cannot.
first reading.
Unless somebody calls you, no, we're out of public comment.
So what I'm going to say
Oh,
is,
she's done.
mine is going out. What I'm, might keep going out, is that what it is? What I'm going to say is that since the committee, and this is what I called about, because when Beach sent me this, and I said, Beach, we didn't do this. And he said, but that's the way how you tabulate it. And I said, well, we didn't do it. Then I think we
There
need,
were
if we're gonna do
detailed-
it, we need to take this out, the assignments.
Yeah, I don't like this being a second reading. I feel like this is a first. It should be a first.
No, we can go ahead, we can go ahead and approve this. We'll probably have to do something different to approve this.
Yeah, but I think, I think everybody's asking about the same paper that I'm looking at right now on my phone. You know, probably that's got, like, it's public, it's public record what everybody that works for the city makes.
Right.
Right,
Anybody out here can go up here tomorrow and get a public records and see
Right.
what everybody makes.
right.
Pretty simple. Who created the spreadsheet with all of our directors' names on that had their salary and then a new salary? It didn't just magically appear.
That did not,
That's what
I
everybody's
would
asking.
say, so it did not come from the budget committee, if that's
Okay.
the speculation. It was just given
Okay.
to
It
us.
did
and
not,
we're like,
it did not
okay.
come
And
from
this is what
us
I'm gonna
either.
say.
It didn't come from us
Because
either.
from what I'm looking at, based on the percentages of what it is, you got somebody that's getting a 55% increase, and you got a cop or a chief out here getting an 8%, not even an 8% increase.
Right.
So that's the problem that I've got.
Right.
Certain people deserve a raise, certain people don't deserve a raise, or at least the right raise. So, if we're having to vote for this as a whole, and I'm a no.
I'm a
I'm a
no.
no, because it's not right, because I can sit right here and look at this, because I've been doing it. You've got people that got 33%, 17%, 19%. Then I've got a police chief that got a 7.6% raise. And then I've got a director of transportation and a director of human resources getting a 55.34% increase in raise. Director of finance, 8.51. come on, there's
I
a
want to
big
know where,
discrepancy.
I want to
That we
know where
just
that
hired.
came from, because
I think that's what we're all asking. It just didn't magically appear.
I
So how
think-
did
I
we?
think-
Listen,
Yeah.
listen, please. Where it came from was the budget committee,
We
okay?
didn't make that.
I didn't say you did.
You
I
just
didn't-
did.
Well, it didn't
Came
come
from the
No,
budget
it
committee.
didn't come
We
from
didn't
it.
make
It was discussed in the budget committee. And the reason I brought it to the budget committee
It wasn't discussed either. It was just, I don't mean to fight you on this one, but it was just given to us, and that was it. I
No,
mean, it was- yeah,
no, no.
we didn't cover those.
Yes, we did, because if you, I'm not going to suggest what all happened during the budget committee, Trey, but I want to give those numbers to you all as budget committee members, because those numbers are part of our budget first reading tonight. So the budget committee was familiar with those numbers of those people we're talking about. Don't you recall us talking about that?
We didn't, I don't think we talked at all on any of this. It was just
Yes, we
given to
did,
us.
because we had some disagreement within the employees that were there.
There was an employee
Yeah.
that had voiced their opinion, yes, but
So
I mean,
that's how it was discussed.
as far as a
because
committee, we didn't
No.
voice anything.
I'm just saying, you all were aware of it, because I felt it was important that as we try to present this budget, that $126,000 new dollars were going to be part of this budget process, and that was going to be incorporated into this budget that we're about to have a first reading on tonight.
Thank you,
Mayor, can
Kenneth
I
and
make
Trey,
a
for speaking up
statement
on this.
about-
Thank you.
Can I make a statement? I think where we are having a problem is there is this pay classification plan that has particular grades, particular salary, minimum, maximums. And then we have this other compensation plan for city employees that's, I guess, supposed to put certain positions into that. There's some discussion about whether that's even been fully vetted. I asked the question in the budget meeting, where did we get all of these grades for all of these people? It wasn't clear to me how that happened. And then we also got this handout of these salaries, which I think it's concerning that there's so much disparity between what people are making now, what they will be. Some people a huge increase, some people not as much. So I think everybody it's not that this came from budget meeting. It's not that this came from personnel. I think we've got too many different things going on here, and I don't think we're ready for an approval of this ordinance.
I wish it had just been these classifications of 14 grades, because that's what I thought we were going to do.
That's all.
That's,
This
I
is
think
all
we did good work on
and
that.
from-
And then figuring out where each position goes in there is a whole other meeting and conversation. But I think this is good work, the first page that has, grade 10 through grade 23. There was a grade 24 on there, by the way, that was over $250,000 in total compensation. And I asked that that be deleted.
Just to give you an example, if you were to take the person with the lowest increase, which would be our police chief, and give him the highest increase, he'd be off the charts because it's more than the 23. If you give the police chief a 55.34% increase, he's going to be making $168,000.
So can I
Yeah,
ask,
we probably need him.
can I ask the HR or committee down at the end there? So the way I interpret that is that he was compensated more correctly than other people. Is that correct? I mean,
We didn't place
We did not
positions in these grades. We just came up with the grades.
We just came up with the grades. Now, when it comes to the police department and it comes to the Public Works, they set their own grades.
so I did
I
have.
mean,
a-
obviously, we had feelings about who should be where.
I did have a
But then I
question.
felt like the whole council should decide that.
Sure.
As by statute, the council has to determine what the pay range is for each position. Just like if we created one for dog catcher, so the whole council determines that, and then within that range, the mayor decides.
But I think you said, I recall you saying, I don't know what that guy does every day.
Right.
The mayor does, so I'm going to depend on the mayor to set that number.
Yes.
Remember
and then-
saying that?
And then the
Exactly
council
what he
vote on it.
said.
Yes, and then the council vote on it.
No.
Yes.
And that's what we did.
You're gonna vote on it in the budget, because it's gonna be in part of your budget. But I don't think the actual numbers of these folks is what the Personnel Committee was commissioned to
No.
do.
That's
You all,
not- no.
huh?
We looked at what the Hannah group had said in the area that our data area, and they said, okay, the person who that's a police chief and has this many people, this is what they normally get. This is the average. And then we built, without that, came up with where that fit in the grade here.
And that's fine, but I think what we still want to know is where did this paper come from that somebody put a number next to the other?
I think we all know where it came from.
But that's what I'm saying is,
I think
yes,
we do too.
and, you've got your grades, and that's great. But, if we're already assigning this to whoever, who's already determined where that number came from?
And Ken, it's something important to point out, the Hannah Group, which if I hear the word Hannah one more time, I swear I'm gonna vomit. But the Hannah Group, they came up with these numbers, and of course, the Hannah Group's job is to sell themselves on this, so they sell themselves to the HR people and the payroll people and all that. Obviously, they give huge raises. When Katie looked up the similar sized cities in Kentucky, there were I think there were 8. And Mayor tasked Katie to look at each city, okay, and what are they paying their HR director if they had one, and what are they paying their, public works director if they had one. And all these were cities that were between 8 and 12,000. Those pay rates, we were already paying over, in most cases, what those are. Whereas the Hannah Group came along and said, oh, no, you need to pay a ton more money. So I think everybody needs to understand, we keep hearing Hannah Group, Hannah Group, Hannah Group. Hannah Group didn't take into account any of the accreditations. They didn't take it into account whether somebody had done a really fantastic job versus a terrible job. It's just how long you've been here. And then they called it the Crestwood. But it wasn't, but then they said, well, no, it wasn't about Crestwood. We just call it Crestwood because it's in that area. Well, if that's the case, why don't you call it LaGrange? Because it didn't have anything to do with Crestwood. They just called it Crestwood.
Once
The
again,
whole Hannah Group thing is, to me, is flawed. So anyway, I just want everybody to understand that. We keep hearing Hannah Group, Hannah Group, Hannah Group. And yeah, some people are pushing the Hannah Group because it's huge raises for everybody across the board.
No, I don't think it is.
Katie, did you need to clarify or speak on something?
Sure, I'd like to say a few
What-
things.
What's that?
First, let me go back to when we first started talking. When I sent my email to all of the council on April 7th, that email was started through the Personnel Committee. Jason Kinzer actually asked me to send an email out with the entire market survey, so not only the Personnel Committee got it, but also all the council to review before the next council. What I included was the compensation. I think I even gave you all last council a breakdown of where, in that email that I wrote, I also put there were 3 positions that the Personnel Committee recommended be changed. 2 were going up and 1 was going down, but we wanted for you all to see all the data before tonight's meeting. I even went through line by line. I think I specified in the email, how to look at all the job descriptions that were on there and breakdown. So when you came tonight, you'd be able to review where the Hannah Resource Group got their information from and how they came up with their numbers. Again, I want to say that the Hannah Resource Group doesn't mean that what they say is gold, right? This is their recommendation from a third party that has no affiliation with us or any other city. They do their research, they present this, and when you're talking about some people getting a 55% increase, some people getting a 7%, it's not about that. What it is that they went out and they said, okay, the police chief up in that position, this is what the range they're recommending would be. And guess what? Our police chief falls in very close to what the range would be in a city our size. There are some positions, though, that their recommendation or that they were not being paid. Or maybe we have some that I think might be slightly overpaid. Obviously, we're not going to decrease their pay, but you're not, if everyone was being underpaid, then we'd be bumping everybody up 50%. But there are some, according to them, who are the professionals in the compensation field, that said, hey, based on the job descriptions that were provided and the work that they're doing, This is what we recommend. Now, whether you all go with that or not is up to you. And when you establish that pay range, then that's when the mayor comes in and decides what is that particular employee going to get paid within that range. The Hannah Resource Group, they don't know our employees. They don't know how well of a job. Do they come to work? Do they not come to work? They're just setting the scale based on the job, on the position, not on the person. It then becomes the recommendation of the mayor, of the council first to set the pay range, and for the mayor to decide what is each person, because he should know by talking to his directors and knowing his directors and what they do and what they bring to the table. That's not for the Hannah Group to know every single individual. They're doing a basic pay range based on our job descriptions, cities our size, whether they call it Crestwood, LaGrange, whatever they want to call it. They still use municipalities and governments within our size range and all the other little pieces that go into their study that maybe we don't have access to. So
Okay.
I don't fault the Hannah Group for not knowing our people. That isn't their job. Their job
Okay.
is to set a scale and recommend that, whether you approve that or not, and then the mayor will decide what everybody will get paid within that range. Now, that shouldn't even have been discussed yet because the pay range scales have not even been approved, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm going to defer to Ms. Ricketts. Do you have any suggestions at this time, Ms. Ricketts, based on being the chair of the Personnel Committee?
My suggestion is that this portion that has the assigned grades for each job, that maybe we as a committee need to go back and revisit it and and vote on it. We really, in session, never voted on the assignment of on the job.
Yep, the mayor's made his recommendation, I agree. We'll just go back and look at it as a committee and bring it to full council.
So
That-
are
that-
you saying then at that last meeting, the committee did not discuss each of the individuals and place them in a grade that night? Is that what you're saying?
We discussed it.
And then you didn't
We
place them in a
discuss-
grade, correct?
We discussed it, but did not vote on it because someone recommended, said, well, the mayor knows their job
Right,
better.
right.
And
And
the
that
mayor-
was
the
Jason
mayor-
Kinzer.
the
That was
ma-
Jason,
that
because
was
Jason
Jason.
knows, he admits he says that.
And he
says,
said that, and so, maybe wrongfully, did I assume at the end of the meeting, we didn't vote on it, I'll take that thing, but I assumed that, okay, and everybody seemed to be in agreement with that, but I didn't do an official vote.
Well, I know you didn't, and I think based on the end of the meeting, you didn't feel like you needed to do a vote because you had a consensus
No.
that
Right.
the mayor will decide this.
That I had a consensus, that's why I went back, once I got this whatever this is, and, compensation plan, and I thought, wait a minute, I just need to double check with my other two members of the committee and make sure that that was the agreement that we did. We had one grade that Latasha felt needed to be lower. Jason was okay, and then I called Jason, he called me back, and he agreed with that too. So I figured, okay, we're all right with that now.
Mayor, why do we have an employee who's subject of one of these raises up here selling the council on the Hannah Group? Why is she influencing the council on something when she's one of the ones that stands to get the raises and all that?
Because somebody has to do it.
No, we were all there. We heard from Hannah Group. We got all the information from them.
Well,
I
but
think-
yet she's.
I think she's up
the one
here
that
to
has all
answer
the-
questions that we have from a HR perspective.
Thank you, Trey.
Yes, she's the one that has direct contact with them. Someone in the office has to do that.
All right.
We all can't individually.
We talked to
call
the
them.
Hannah Group. The head of it came and she gave us all the information and said, here you go, and we asked questions, and I thought it was very flawed, personally.
Well, that's your opinion. But
Agreed.
all you wanted to do was to use whatever Kentucky League of Cities said, and it wasn't even a qualified, it was just a survey they sent out. It wasn't even documented.
And then Katie actually called and talked to each of the cities that were of similar size. and found out what they were actually paying. So we've got KLC and we've got this. We've got so much money, we said, hey, let's blow another $7,000 on this Hannah group and have them come in and do.
Okay.
Hey, look, they want to give everybody a
That's
raise.
not it at all.
Let me say this at this time. I'm going to ask Lucy again. Is this something that, I don't want it to just go down in flames and voted out and down tonight. So I'd be willing to ask Lucy, the chair of the committee, is this something that you'd like to table and go back to committee and try to get a agreement, a consensus on the indecisions they have tonight, and then bring it back and we'll put it back up on the table?
I would only do that if the people who were on the committee would not even pay any attention to that stuff that was going around.
Where'd it come from?
I don't know.
Where that came from was in the budget committee last meeting at 1 o'clock for the budget committee, Kenneth.
We didn't make it.
No, the budget committee did not make that.
Mayor, could I make a suggestion? I don't know if it would work, but it sounds like that committee might want to revisit some of this stuff, which sounds good to me, but we're going to get to the point of first reading of budget this month, second reading and potential passage of a budget next month, and any raises that are going to be suggested would be part of that budget. Is there anything that would prohibit the council looking at, in the next few months, a classification plan and having it structured over whatever the new salaries end up being? Just doing it in reverse order. Just a suggestion, though.
I have, Latasha just came up with a recommendation, and it makes sense. It seems like most of the problems that we seem to be having has to do with the director's positions. Would it be that on this form, what if we just kind of, because we can reach consensus. Our last special meeting, we did a good job, and it was a great meeting. We don't have to vote, we just can talk about it. Do we agree? Like, if you look at the city clerk office manager, we've got it as a grade 20. Do you agree with that or not?
Lucy, I feel like
Is what I would need.
I feel like you guys have been discussing this at length for a long time.
Yes.
And
Oh, yeah.
we're just kind of coming into it right now. I don't feel qualified to go into that depth of discussion here tonight. I feel like I need to study this a little more, get a little more background. There's a lot that went into this. I know you all have put a
It's
lot of
been a
time
lot.
into it.
It's been an
So
awful lot.
it is my opinion that it would make more sense to do a special meeting if you want to have the entire council's input
Okay, let's do it.
on that, but I don't think I'm ready tonight to sit down and hash it out. I don't know about the rest of the council.
Mayor, could I ask two questions? So the page 1, the personnel and pay classification plan, does this replace what the police and public works have in place currently, or do they still have, or this is for Katie?
No.
Oh,
The police is completely separate, and that was something that the Hannah Group said happens in most cities, that their pay scale and their pay is completely separate from this, even though their pay ranges are listed on the comments, they fell into exactly where their current scale is.
Okay.
Public Works, the only thing they have off to the side is a step grade,
Yes.
which we do have this, and we will initiate almost like a longevity. It's not so much COLA or raises, it's longevity. So every 2 years, I think it's a 1%, Corey, is that right? A 1% increase they get.
So that would stay in place in
it
addition
is-
to this?
Yes.
Okay.
My and that would go for all non-exempt employees.
My other question's for Beach. So the second page, the compensation plan for city employees, the column EES, does it make sense or not make sense to have that? And so my point being is, if we added another police officer, public works staff, or any of these staff members, because this is an ordinance, we'd have to amend the ordinance if we added any staff. So does it make sense to have that column?
the reason that there's that third column for call number of employees is because, for example, the police department has its very own grading and scoring methodology completely. Totally different. And just like Corey, Public Works has its own schedule too. So they all grade discretionarily differently. For the rest of the city, it's pretty much arbitrary in terms of the discretion of the mayor as to where to place an employee, but there seems to be constant confusion between employees as position and employees as people. Okay, because we've got Fred, who's a police officer, but we've got 12 police officers, okay? And they all have a salary that's in the range of 19.
Step 19.
19 has a range of 60,000 to 84,000.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's why it's going to be so difficult for you all to have a meeting and then decide on every single employee.
Well, okay, so my question is, so that going back to that second page with Fred, with number 12, so if we added Fred Jr. and now we're at 13, we would have to amend this ordinance because we added another employee, correct?
If you got 13 officers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not unless the chief wants to trade off one of his administrative assistants, or.
We'd have to change that too, right?
Right, but he's gonna have a budget.
Do we have 3 bus drivers right now? Because it's got 3 bus drivers listed.
We actually had one just come back from medical leave, so we do have 3.
Oh, we do have 3, okay.
Wait a minute, what are we getting on the buses now for?
I guess my point is that whole third column, is it necessary to have? Because anytime we add staff,
Not necessarily, that was pretty much factual.
it is for right now though,
I
but
still have never seen an actual master employee list. So all I had, the information was what grade does that position go into? And so all I was given was, okay, a sergeant goes into the range of 20,000, number 20, which is somewhere between 69 and 97. That's all this is intended to do. This is the plan, is that, okay, that you all adopted. Director of Transportation is in, all we want to say for this plan is it's in class 21.
So I think what I'm hearing is, yes, we would have to adjust this every single time we added staff.
So are you suggesting to remove that column? 'Cause
Yes.
there could be
Either
different
we
numbers of different
remove it, because we might revisit this every 6 months.
I mean, like, though I appreciate what Beach did, I've seen many, many classification plans sent to me by cities, and I think I've forwarded some to you, like Shelbyville. I've never seen them, with all due respect, that column. It's just never been on there.
Yeah,
So
and
it's informational,
I
but it
see
would
the
have to
pros
change.
and cons of each.
Right.
I mean, you're staying on top of it, but this might be a topic that we talk about multiple times throughout the year. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but
Well, I think it's theirs to help you all prepare your budget. Because if you know that a police officer gets 19.
But.
And you've got 12 cops.
But, Mr. Craigmile, what Trey is saying is, if the chief adds an officer and becomes 13 instead of 12,
Right.
and this is done by ordinance, does the ordinance have to get amended to hire another officer to make it 13 instead of 12 in this column here?
No, I mean, you've got so many mistakes in your ordinance already. This won't make any difference.
So if they just remove that column, they can add as many police officers as they want, because it's not telling them by ordinance.
it doesn't
how
have a
many.
signed number.
Correct,
Right.
correct.
But if you just remove that column, then he can have as many police officers as he wants.
I
So you
think
don't have to amend the
what I'm asking is,
And
so
if you want to rely totally on the chief's honesty to say how much he needs for police officers.
I think for the
I
personnel
think-
committee, hang on just for a second. So I wanted to ask those 2 questions on purpose. I think you guys need to go back and
Yeah.
tweak it and stuff. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I do too.
But, usually there's been a quorum at these meetings, so the rest of us can't speak. So this is the only opportunity, and we've had opportunity
Right.
to actually speak with you as far as the committee goes. I think that column should probably be removed.
I do
Otherwise,
too.
we're
I
going to be
never
here
liked
forever.
it there to begin with.
So I would
And
love
Beach
for you
made a good
guys.
point. We need,
I took it from like 9 out of 10 other cities do it this way.
Beach made a good point. Katie, can you send us a list of every employee for the city, please? Just so we've got it. I don't know, I'm not 100% sure we'll need it, but
Just so I understand, Jason, are you saying you do or you do not want the city council to prepare and approve every single employee's salary? Yes or
That's
no?
not our job.
What is, okay, then why hasn't it?
every
What are
position,
we talking about? That's not, that's
but
what
not
you said.
employees. Every position, but not every employee.
These are already approved positions.
Okay, so if all you want to do is take off this number at the far right column, then we're okay then, right?
Right.
I think what they were saying is they haven't even voted on it as a committee to bring it to full council. So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I feel like you guys, and I agree with Laura's suggestion, take it back and look at it.
I agree with Laura's suggestion too. My concern was, I don't feel comfortable with the three of us deciding that. I wanted the mayor to put in his recommendations, and I wanted the full council to put their vote to it. You all take a look at, all of us take a look at it and decide, especially for the directors. So I like Laura's idea. Let's do a special meeting. Let's talk about this. Let's figure out which, especially the directors. We don't need to find out every person who's bagging leaves up, but we need to find at least every director and agree as a council where their pay range needs to be.
Well, I have a question though, because it seems like this page, the compensation plan for city employees, that is a document that you guys haven't fully gone through. So
Correct.
it would be my recommendation for Personnel Committee to take another look at that page. And then we could have a working meeting after that to more in-depth discuss the salary ranges.
Okay.
I would agree.
Perfect. Yep. Agreed.
That page, you talking about the front page, Laura?
The second page,
Second page.
compensation plan.
Second page.
Yeah.
Not the grade compensation, not the cover page.
Yeah, the cover page I'm pretty good on. We all came to, we all made some compromises and kind of came together on that as far as the grades. Like I said, there was a grade number 24 and there was no grade 10. I'm kind of stingy, so, it's taxpayers' money, I'm stingy with it. So I got rid of
But there's
24
no
and added a lower one, grade 10, so that we had those
But there's no one
ranges.
that's 10 or 23 anyway.
Okay, Lucy, you gonna,
I'd say that we need, as a committee, to meet.
well, go ahead and put this on the table and let's move on.
Okay, let's table it.
Second.
Third.
Okay, motion to table this.
Until
Until
the
next-
Until the next meeting.
We have
We're not
learned-
going to table this indefinitely. This will be
Yeah,
ready
we
to
have
come up with the
learned
next
that
meeting.
tables should only be passed to either the end of this meeting or until the next meeting.
Right.
The only problem is that then there's no time to have a working meeting to discuss. If you just table it until the next meeting, then there's no time
We
to
can have a special meeting in between for all of us to
We
discuss
can have a
it.
special meeting.
Yeah.
It'll be a busy May.
Okay, let's get it tabled first.
Okay, I move.
We have a motion, a second, to table this, and we'll get it done before the next meeting, okay? So, we have a motion, a second, any further discussion on that? If not, all those in favor of the motion, let me know, saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, okay? And we're gonna get back and we're gonna talk about annexations, okay? And, sorry. Well, hey, we're gonna get right back to you all. And I told you you're gonna learn something about city government tonight. So we'll be right back with y'all. Okay, thank you all for the pause, and we'll get back to business. Sorry for those who are still with us tonight. Didn't mean, how was it I said that? I can't remember what I was saying the other day, but anyway, we're going to move to item 13. It's an introduction of ordinance number 7, Series 2026 for a first reading only. This is a first reading tonight. It's an ordinance annexing 67.80 acres of land into the city of LaGrange. Valerie Lamline is here tonight to, I think, represent the applicants. So at this time, I'd like to call upon Valerie, if you'd like to come forward, and please introduce what you're asking the council to consider tonight as a first reading.
Good evening, Valerie Lamline Shannon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
said Valerie Lamline. I know her as Valerie Lamline.
I know. I went for 25 years,
Yeah.
and but I've now been a Shannon a little bit longer.
Right.
With the Bramall Law Office here in LaGrange, and I have with me Scott and Mark Welch, with Welch Developers. They're the ones who are going to ultimately develop the property. The owner of the property I represent is Parkside Estates, LLC. We're asking for a voluntary annexation into the city of LaGrange of 67.8 acres. I've given you all, I'm not going to do a whole presentation tonight. We will come in with a full presentation at second reading for public hearing and comments. But I did want to give you all this little packet just to kind of orient you as to where it is. And I'll just put it in our city language speak. Go out Jericho Road, you're going to go past Clore Lane, and it's that farm on the right, okay, that we're talking about. That piece wraps around the back end of LaGrange Acres and ends on Hoffman Lane. So it stretches between Jericho and Hoffman Lane. So you'll see it on this second on your little map here. It's these two parcels. So that's what we'll be talking about. We'll give you all a full presentation next week. And I don't know, Beach, do you want me to read the entire ordinance? I'm happy to do that.
No, you don't have to read the whole ordinance. But we should reference that, the ordinance. Well, it probably wouldn't hurt to read the track 1, track 2 portion of it.
I'll just read the ordinance real quick. All right, this is an ordinance annexing 67.8 acres of land into the city of LaGrange. City of LaGrange ordinance number 07 series 2026. Whereas KRS 81A.410 provides that a home rule city such as LaGrange may extend or expand its boundaries to include any area which is adjacent to or contiguous to the existing boundaries of the city, and may annex the territory without publication or waiting period if all landowners give their prior written consent to the annexation. And whereas the owner of the land located at Oldham County off East Jericho Road has requested the voluntary annexation of 67.8 acres containing 2 tracts of land, where the first tract is contiguous to the city boundary and the second tract touches the first, and where the owners of both tracts, Parkside Estates LLC, has given its written consent to the annexation so that the total area may be annexed into a single final ordinance pursuant to KRS 81A.410 subsection 1. The city provided written notice of the annexation to the Oldham Fiscal Court more than 45 days prior to the enactment of the ordinance, and annexing the land into the city pursuant to KRS 81A.412 sub 2. Now therefore be it ordained that by the City Council of the City of LaGrange, Kentucky, the City of LaGrange hereby annexes 67.80 acres of land in Oldham County adjacent to or contiguous with the city boundary with the consent of the owner of the property, more particularly described as follows. Tract 1, 4119 Hoffman Lane, the parcel ID number is 47-22A//00-00-57C for a total of 24.17 acres. C, annexation plat of Brian L. Bewley, PLS, dated 326-2026. It's attached here to is Exhibit A, and the annexation land description is attached here to as Exhibit B. So the legal description is in there is what is A and B put together. Being the same property conveyed to Parkside Estates LLC by deeds recorded in Deed Book 1202, page 293, in the Deed of Correction Book 1211, page 82, Deed Book 1210, page 129, and Deed Book 1434, page 20 of the Oldham County Clerk's Office. Tract 2 is located at 1909 East Jericho Road. The parcel ID number is 46-00-00-57A and 47-A/46-00-00-5C and 46-00-00-58, which consists of 43.63 acres. See the annexation plat again as referenced at Exhibit A and the annexation land description as Exhibit B. This is the same property conveyed to Parkside Estates LLC by deeds recorded in Deed Book 1202, page 239. Please see a deed of correction deed dated recorded at Book 1211, page 82 of the Oldham County Clerk's Office. This annexation shall be final upon publication as prescribed by KRS 424. So we will be back next month, but if you had any questions, we're happy to take some now.
I didn't hear you, Laura. What was your question?
Can you speak up? Yeah.
What is the plan for this land? Is it going to be developed once it's annexed?
Yes, it is. It's going to be developed into single-family homes. It's been approved for 198 single-family lots.
Approximately, what is the size of each lot? Do you
The
know?
approximate size is 50 foot wide by 120 foot deep.
Is that phase one for 198?
No,
Or is
there's
that-
actually, that's for the total of all the development. So there's 6 different phases, and there'd be a total of 198 lots.
Well, how many entrances will there be?
There'll be one entrance.
Off of Jericho?
Yes, sir.
So it won't come in, there won't be an entrance in and out through Hoffman?
No, there will not. Just off Jericho Road.
And they've been through planning and zoning, they've been through technical review committee, and that's what we'll be bringing in, some of that to show you at the second reading, to kind of lay it all out for you. Yeah, all that's been approved.
We've had quite a bit of discussion on city council recently about parking and road sizes through the neighborhoods and buses being able to get through as far as parking spots per unit and people being able to park on the road. Would you mind bringing that information, what you plan on doing as far as the road size, is where the roads for that neighborhood be large enough for a person to park on each side of the road and still get a bus or a fire truck through? And how many parking spots, setback, whatever, from the roads?
Yes, we will bring
Thank
that
you.
with us.
Thank you. That's been a big, hot topic recently, so.
To add to that, can you also include your driveway layout?
Yes. Are you all asking,
Yeah.
you all are asking for like driveway capacity?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Just want to be clear on what you want.
width and length, I think because of what we see is that in my subdivisions, it's an older subdivision, you might have driveways that can fit 6 cars. My driveway can only fit 3 cars. Well, I at one time had 4 adult children living with me, either in college or working, and there's just not enough room. And we all know that a 2-car garage is for a compact car, not like a big truck like some of us drive. So I think we need to take that into consideration when we're talking about that, especially with all of the issues that we've had. Maybe the driveway drawings. And I know that there are restrictions and things like that. I mean, lot sizes, and you're all gonna squeeze as many houses. I get it, a developer's gonna capitalize that, but I think that we need to take into consideration some of that.
We're happy to bring that with us.
Thank you.
Problem we've had though, some of that, I mean, the driveways, we've actually in the years put an amendment on them to where the driveways, you know, the cars wouldn't be out over the sidewalk. I mean, that's one thing.
Well, per the zoning, there's going to be, the houses do have a setback. So there's, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 30-foot setback. So there should be plenty, adequate room for parking on the driveways also.
Could you also bring your entire plat map so we could,
Yes.
or detailed plat map?
Yes.
Okay.
Valerie, can you tell us what procedures you've actually been approved of or been before the planning commission as a whole?
Yes, the
What
development plan has
steps,
been
no,
approved.
but what steps have you actually had? I mean, have you been approved of this annexation, or have you just been approved of the construction plans?
Well, you all are in charge of approving the annexation if you approve it into the city. They've been through the project development process with, you all been through county engineering, technical planning and zoning, technical review committee, all of those steps to have this development plan approved. So that piece is finished. The next piece is asking you all to bring it into the city limits.
Do you know whether the city council has the possibility or the power to place any restrictions or conditions of approval?
No, no, it's because the development plan has already been approved by planning and zoning. The city would have had its representatives there in those capacities through planning and zoning. So you all are simply going to be voting on whether we're going to annex or not annex.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what's the start and end time? When do you plan on starting the development, and when will the development, all of 198 homes, be complete?
Well, we're planning on starting in October or November of this year. We anticipate probably between a 7 and 8 year project.
Okay, I do got a question. Why do you want to be in the city and not the county?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Why do you want to be in the city and not the county? Why does it make a difference?
Well, we feel like that, you know, the services that are available.
What's the services?
Excuse me?
What are the services that are
Well, we're
available that are in the
you
city
know,
and not the
being part
county?
Of the, you know, LaGrange City is advantageous to the homeowners, knowing that, you know, they're part of the community. Obviously, the school system is very important.
If we don't annex you in the city, well, you're still building anyways, right? Okay,
Yes,
We gotta have
probably
sewers.
right.
You gotta have sewers.
Oh,
You
is that
gotta
what
have
it
At
is?
least 1 acre to have a subdivision.
Change their development
So, yeah.
plan dramatically.
If they weren't in the city, they'd have to put every house on a septic tank.
No,
they
that's
get-
not.
they get a better rate.
They can just stay out in the county, but their utility rates will be higher by not being in the city of LaGrange. So they can build the development out in the county and leave it there, but I guess from their consumer standpoint, the water and the sewer would be cheaper if they actually came into the city and paid city taxes on their property values and stuff like that.
And you don't want to access Hoffman Lane at all? Y'all keep looking that way when I talk. I don't know.
Because your voice is pitching that way.
Oh, okay, my bad. I was like, why are y'all looking that way? This is
I
weird.
don't need to keep looking that way.
I don't even remember what I said now.
No entrance off of Hoffman Lane, no, it would be off Cherry Drive. So, you know, they want to do the development as an extension of the city. I don't have to tell you how much I love this place. So, you know, that's one of the main reasons that they're asking. It's convenient, it's contiguous to the city, it's a natural extension of the city. We're not going out, taking something, you know, 5 miles away, just pick it right up and keep going.
Are they planning on, from their development front entrance point, they gonna, commit to build a sidewalk to connect onto the present sidewalk on Jericho Road?
It's property line to property line.
Yeah.
And that was part of that was part of the approval process, is that other approvals that have the sidewalk in front of the development.
Are we allowed to know all the business partners that have, more than a 5 or 10% stake, or more than a 5% stake?
In which entity? The owners of the property are Parkside Estates LLC. Is that the entity that you're asking about, or are you talking about Welch Development, the developers?
I would guess both,
Okay.
if that's something that's allowed.
I mean, I'm happy to tell you, you've got one of the signatures on the consent. Is the consent listed with this?
Brian Booley. Bewley.
Parkside LLC is a limited liability company that's held by Robert Gant Jones. It's held by Clay Jones and Jay Hall.
Bob and Aunt Jones and Jay Hall.
Rob and Gant, Clay, and Jay.
Okay.
It's Parkside Estates. And I don't know that, are you all a private company? Yes. You're an LLC. Okay, they're an LLC. So their membership should be publicly available on the Kentucky Secretary of State website.
Okay.
And I'm happy to bring it to the next meeting.
So the Jones and Jay Hall own the land, and you
They
guys
own
are,
the land. These guys are the development.
and so you're going to be partners, everybody's going to be partners going forward, or are you buying the land from them and the Jones and Hall are out of this business?
We're purchasing the land from the Joneses.
Okay. Shoot, there was one other thing I wanted to ask.
I'll ask
Can't
this
think of it.
question. I'll ask this question. I think it's good to maybe, have y'all put together developments in the area already here that we could go see and see what kind of developments they resemble? Do y'all have any development?
We're bringing pictures.
No, I'm talking about they've already done.
Oh, they've already done.
Y'all have any in the area like Jefferson County or anywhere? Or are you just new?
Yes, and
or
we've
you
been
just new
serving
here?
the Louisville area for over 40 years, so we have several different developments throughout Jefferson County and Bullitt County. They'd be more than happy to share with
Okay.
you.
All right, that's good. All right.
And one more question, if we do annex, and maybe, Mayor, maybe this is a better question for you. If we annex versus not and setting aside tax income from that, what would it cost the city as far as what we would need to bring to that neighborhood? What would be the approximate cost to the city for something like that, if we annex versus don't?
I don't quite understand your question. Anything they do, whether it's utilities, infrastructure, roads, they'll build it all themselves, and then they'll deed and dedicate it over to the city utilities or city street system or whatever like that. What is it, your question?
That's what I was just curious, so basically it's just the hookup for this, that the city would have to the sewers and the electric and all that?
Yeah, they'll build the
They're gonna run all
streets, they'll build the streets to the county standards of the street design, curb and guttering, stuff like that, and then the utilities will be watching themselves with their own staff as the utilities are placed in the ground, and then they will actually turn that over to the actual utilities in the city.
Okay.
So there are other services that they'll receive by being annexed, though. So they'll have access to Public Works and then our LaGrange Police Force. So
And they get
two of the best in the state, right?
City garbage,
That's right.
city garbage franchise agreement with the city and stuff like that.
Are the offices going to be on the property for like selling the units and all that?
Yes, there would be a model home, and it would be manned throughout the entire process of the building, of the
Okay.
development.
Are these custom homes, or are they individually, are they like more certain plans, or how does it work?
There's going to be certain plans that will be presented, and so there will be several different houses that would be built. So they would be, I'm going to say, they're going to be first-time home buyers, and there'd be, we'll be offering in-ground basements, walkout basements, non-basement units. They're going to be very nice homes. They'll start with, some will have brick, some will have some stone, and they'll have fiber cement siding on those homes. So they'll be all very nice homes.
Similar to a Cherry Glen or Cherry Wood
Yes.
that we have.
What square footage range would you, like the smallest to the largest as far as square footage on this?
We'll probably be somewhere around 1,400 square foot and above.
Okay.
Okay, we'll consider this as a first reading. We'll see you in June, at our June meeting, and we'll have a public hearing and. Huh?
I love it.
We'll have to see what's on the agenda for that night, where we place you all.
Where else are you gonna have this much fun?
Now I know why y'all make popcorn.
Okay,
Good night.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, that's the introduction, first reading of a number of different ordinances that we need to do tonight, everyone. So Cindy, you coming forward as Finance Director to introduce each ordinance, and we will start with that and give you a briefing on each of the ordinances as what they might be containing within them.
Okay, so first off, I present to you the first mayor's budget, ordinance number 8, series 26, is the ordinance adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky annual budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 by estimating funds for operations of the city government. What I have listed there for you in front of you on ordinance number 8 lists out the revenue anticipated for the fiscal budget year of $9.8 million. Flipping over to page 2, and I'll explain what this is, reserve to transfer. That is cash reserves that we have to pull in to balance the budget. The expenses for administration, special appropriations, parks, police department, public works, and code enforcement. Predominantly, the largest items that are impacting the general budget this year is we are anticipating for the admin budget approximately $50,000 that we're adding in for new property tax software. Our existing software company will no longer be supporting that software, so we have to investigate new software. A few additional items that are leading to that. Oldham Reserve, this year, we are anticipating a payout of $1.25 million that we will have to pay towards the Oldham Reserve project. Under the parks, we are, let me back up here a minute. Special appropriation. No, going forward, continuing forward. Our parks, one of the biggest items there is we're moving into phase 2 of playground maintenance and equipment for $280,000. The main expenditure increase in the budget for next year is for the police department with the addition of new officers. They're requesting 3 new police vehicles. That's approximately $244,000. Public Works, they have a request for $100,000 in new equipment, and we've also included an additional $300,000 for repaving of Commerce Parkway. So those are the main significant items related to the admin budget this year.
I'd like to, before you leave that budget, I'd like to inform the council that of this budget operational, when you talk about the cash reserves to balance, Cindy, I think the number was somewhere 1.9, 1.2 million of that, or 250, is the Oldham Reserve portion that we have to continue to help support, put the things in there. The items I want to bring to your attention for that difference above the 1.2, was it 1.250? Is that what you said, Cindy?
For Oldham Reserve, yeah.
300,000 of that money would go to Commerce Parkway, and I've said, I've told Corey, Commerce Parkway needs some work. The shoulders and the whole, the county did theirs, I think, last year. So probably ours is due to be done, but we have some new buildings getting ready to start on Commerce at this end, across from the Baptist Church area. Trapper Thompson's doing his 6 or 7 unit building there, but I would hope that Corey could hold off any paving into next year or late next May or June to see if Trapper can get his buildings done before that. So that would be 300 of that additional 600 or 700. Over the years, you all know we've had a number of discussions about, and I brought this up at the Budget Committee, about the archway idea. I know Jason Kinzer has mentioned it numerous times, but I think next year is the 200th anniversary or celebration of LaGrange. We have the ability to do it. I think that in the interest of our city and the 200th anniversary of the city of 1827, that next year will be 2027, that maybe it would be an appropriate entryway placed at wherever we choose coming up the hill to try to make something significant there as you enter the city. I think we could put maybe something established 1827 or something up there. I've got some renditions of a great idea with a train showing up on top of the archway. I mentioned this to the Budget Committee, and I have placed in this budget to get this job done. I did talk to Tourism Commission, and they felt like it's not part of their duty to expend money in this area. So if that's the way it is, then the city, you all, would have to front it to get it done, and I think it would be a great entryway as we try to showcase our town. We've got a beautiful downtown. The courthouse is now beautiful. We need to keep on providing interest in our downtown, and I think in this budget, everyone, I've got a placeholder of $300,000 to get this possibility done. And we've got a special town here, and if we could draw people off that interstate as they're looking up the hill and they might see something backlit or something sharp, it might really give us a nice presence into our historic downtown. So I just want to mention this to you all. And then there is $126,000 appropriated dollars to try to give to these directors across the board, but you all can debate that and discuss that at a public hearing and either vote it in or vote it down. That will be up to you all. And then there's some, I think, what was 120,000 or so, Cindy, we put in for some purchasing possibly of some adjoining property for our park system at a park, but
We've got 150 in there.
150 for that. So basically, that's it. That's where the differential of cash reserves is needed for Oldham Reserve, for this archway idea coming into our city, the money for those folks, and then that's about it. That should be about anything over and above that what typically we generate otherwise.
Yeah, and the additional amount, just so, in full disclosure, in addition to that $126,000 for adjusted salaries, is an additional $82,000 for overall pay increases for the rest of the employees.
Right. I failed to mention that. We had some discussion, and Chief Collette felt that to keep pace with our law enforcement agencies in the county, that he felt that what he's hearing coming from other governments, that they're increasing their scale for the policemen to approximately 6% at least. So we went along with that to try to keep pace with our counterparts in law enforcement of Oldham County. So we have 6% in for those policemen. And in this budget, there's a 5% increase for all other city employees, aside from those talking about those directors. But if you're a non-exempt employee, hourly employee, then there's a 5% proposed pay increment raise in there for those folks.
Yep, okay. Anybody have any questions before we move on to?
Mayor, thank you for putting the arch in the budget. I think it's going to be a good return on investment. I think it'll help bring people into the city to spend money and increase tax revenue and increase the health of our businesses here in the city. So I think that's a good thing. Also, local architect John Stewart drew an official rendition as well too that I'd like everybody to take a look at. So thank you.
Okay.
I talked to Bob Widman the other day. He's pretty good in construction analysis, and I asked him. He was in my office looking at this set of plans, and I asked him, Jason, do you think we can get this done for 300 or less? He said, I would think we should be able to, and he's got a couple steel fabricators that could maybe do that. I've also talked to Matt Bullock with District 5, who is our district highway engineer, and he told me his specifications on setting the columns in behind the sidewalks where they're out of the actually traffic pattern of Highway 53. So he said, but that can be permitted by the state of Kentucky to get that done.
Did he have concern about the power lines? Because I know when John Stewart and I were looking at it, the power lines were an issue.
He doesn't know anything about the power lines.
Right.
We just have to build around them.
All right,
You know,
thanks.
either build around or build over them. We've talked about this previously, Kenny. It's somewhere around Adams Street where Doe Baby Doe Street is, in that hillside right there, just trying to grab those people that might veer as far as Dairy Queen and try to see perhaps if we could attract them to get on up the hill and check out our downtown.
Okay, I got a question. So you said you put 300,000 in the budget for that arch.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we vote yes for the budget, we voting for that arch, and you're gonna put it in?
Well, it's in there now. If y'all decided to vote, I think the budget usually, Latasha, is voted up or down by you all. What's in there, but I'm all for compromising whatever
I'm
you all
just
feel.
asking
Whatever y'all
what I'm
feels
voting
good.
on.
Whatever y'all feels good or not good.
Okay.
And of course, anything in the budget is also dependent on cash flow too.
Well, you said we got 14 million, right?
Well, I know,
So you got
but-
cash flowing.
But just
I'm
because
just
we
confused.
have it doesn't mean we need to spend it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions before we move on to ordinance number 9?
Yes, go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. So moving on to ordinance number 9, Series 26. This is Mayor's ordinance adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky alcohol regulatory fees budget for the same fiscal year, July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. The only significant difference to point out on this budget over last year is the addition of one additional vehicle for the police department of $40,000. That's what's significant in ordinance number 9. Do we have any questions related to that ordinance?
Do we need to do anything? I know they passed a new, at the state level with the alcohol, that it was going to be moving down for ones who already had it, and there was going to be a limit on the percentage. And I can't recall the exact limits, but is that affecting next year, or is that more than 1 year down the road when it starts?
I talked to Jason Nemens. I think that failed.
It did fail.
It did not get
Okay.
passed.
Yeah, I don't think it passed.
Somehow it didn't get out of committee, Jason, I don't
Okay.
know where it got stalled at, but that's what Jason Nemens texted me 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. Moving on to the next ordinance, ordinance number 10, Series 26, Mayor's Budget Proposals and Ordinance Adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky Annual City Bus Budget for fiscal year July 1, 26 through June 30, 27. Budgeted revenues, $159,000. Total expenses, $159,000 for a balanced budget. We are anticipating with the hopeful, successful grant application of $100,000 for the bus. There are no significant increases over last year to the city bus budget. Okay, moving on to ordinance number 11 is Mayor's ordinance adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky annual stormwater MS4 budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. There are no changes over last year in the stormwater budget. Revenues are $302,000. Expenses to balance the budget, $302,000.
How does that keep working out that it's the exact revenue is the exact expenses?
It's just, budgets are prepared based on the best estimate with the information provided. So this is what we have, that's our best estimate as to what next year's revenues and expenses would be.
And they just have to be meaning exactly to the dollar.
Yeah.
You're
have
pretty
to
good at
pass-
that then.
You have to pass a balanced budget, like that's part of the law.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I think what that says is, Jason, if Corey can receive $302,000 into stormwater or whatever, he's gonna expend 302. Any way he can. If he has to buy an extra shovel to spend it, he's gonna buy it, spend it, okay?
Okay, moving on to ordinance number 12, series 2026. Mayor's ordinance adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky annual municipal road aid for fiscal year July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. There is no change in the budget from last year. Anticipated revenue anticipated revenue is $156,000. Reserved to transfer would be cash or release of funds from the state for our municipal road aid, and total expenses, $410,000. I just do want to point out to everybody that I did reach out to the state, and unfortunately, we will not be receiving any of our road aid funds related to the completion of our fiscal year 2023 audit. The state will not release any funds until we are current on everything.
And that's even with findings, or we have to have a current without findings?
The findings don't matter to the state.
Okay.
Yep. That is correct. With audit and all the reports that are required. So that is Mayor's budgets as presented for first reading.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Appreciate what you're doing. All right, let's move into 19, the director's report. Katie, do you want to come up and finish off anything tonight? Finish off anything?
Mine will be quick. I'm just kidding. Let me get my notes. So obviously, I've been working on the compensation plan with the mayor and I. However, I would like to announce that I just did hopefully our final report submission to the Department of Treasury for the ARPA funds. This is report on the 5th year. I submitted on April 30th. It came back with no errors. However, there will be a closing of all ARPA funds report due at a later date when the Treasury sends that out to all cities who received funding. But we have, all the narratives have been written. All of our documentation is in place. And once we get the closeout, we will complete that. Those have not been divulged yet by the Treasury. Working on just staffing right now. We have a new officer starting May 18th. We also have a new seasonal groundskeeper for Public Works starting on the same day. So I'll be doing orientation with them. I think we're almost fully staffed. I think we may have some openings still in the police department. Like I said earlier, we had a bus driver that was on medical leave, and he is returning, so we should be back to staff with 3 drivers, 1 full-time and 2 part-time. Last Wednesday, on the 29th, as you all know, I did apply for the grant for the Transportation Department. We had to conduct for the grant application what's called a coordinated meeting. It is when I reach out to partners in the community and see if they'll come forward and talk about what they think the need for the bus is and transportation in the city of LaGrange. Last year, we had High Point come, we had some riders come. This year, we had a representative from the health department. Her name was Leanne Comer. I had a really good conversation with her for about an hour. And she brought some good documentation in from some studies that the county and 7 counties has done as to why transportation is so needed in the city of LaGrange with the population that we have. But we also wanted to talking about some things that, which I was not aware of, that, for example, 7 counties has applied for multiple grants. We talked a lot about grant writing because Leanne does grant writing for the health department, and I talked to someone named Colleen Pittman. She's the prevention project manager for 7 counties. They've been writing grants for years. They have a grant out right now that is anybody eligible in the county can attend this. It is an all-day training seminar with certification having to do with mental illness in the workplace and mental being aware of how to recognize signs and so forth, which we've talked about this year in our personnel policy. We did add mental health days in for employees. It's becoming pertinent in the workplace as we evolve. And this, I'm working with the mayor right now, and I brought it up to him to see if we can get our directors and people that work within our city that deal with the public, whether that's code enforcement, whether that's my bus drivers, the police department, to attend, have them actually come on site here. There's absolutely no cost to the city. The grant covers it completely. This is their first year, and they've applied for another grant 7 counties has for next year. But it's the people that I've heard from that have taken the all-day class, the all-day course. We've had some of them have taken it twice because they have found it extremely helpful and beneficial in the workplace, dealing with employees and dealing with the public. I think it's not going to hurt any of our staff to do this. It's only going to help. I know my drivers. I can speak for them. They deal with people every day on that bus, homeless people, people who are just struggling. And we have a new driver that just started, and he said, I couldn't believe after working a week on the bus what I hear about the people in our community and the need. And I don't know how to say things back to them when they're crying for help, per se. So I really would like my drivers to attend this training because they talk to people all day long, 12 hours a day as they're driving that bus. One thing that 7 counties said that usually police departments are very big on taking this course because they deal with the public a lot. I think it's only going to be beneficial for our staff. So we are going to be looking to doing that end of July, beginning of August, because the grant, again, is free. Anybody can attend. You have to sign up, obviously. But they would like more people in the community getting involved if we can. And so I'm looking at doing that for our employees. I think that's it. Sorry.
Okay, well, anyone have any question for Katie? If not, thank you very much, Katie. Okay,
Thank you.
and Corey, have you down tonight, Corey, to tell us what all is going on? Sorry to keep you here so long. You might as well stay here. Stay here and, get ready to go to work at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Get a couple hours of sleep. Let's see. Good evening. Just kind of wanted to reiterate on GovDeal stuff. I think it's been pretty successful. Definitely get a little more money than we do selling it locally, which was kind of a tip from Kenneth Powell, so I appreciate that. Sweeper grand total for all 3 pieces of equipment we sold so far is $55,851. So money back in the general fund. Projects. Let's see, East Jefferson Street sidewalks. We have got all the easements signed and recorded. Appreciate Beach's help on that. I have submitted an encroachment permit to the KYTC, so we'll have to do some traffic control and whatnot. I haven't heard back from them yet, but once we do, we'll be able to break ground on that project. Should be a long time coming for sure. And I've handed out this packet for the Ellen Lake Dam proposal from Clark Dietz. This is what was submitted to Dam Safety, to Marilyn Thomas. And so we're waiting for a reply in regards to that. As far as, moving forward, it's pretty in-depth, but there's a lot of it's gonna be initially just general maintenance that we have to continue to do. There's a lot of study to see, can't remember what they call it. Big fancy word. Yeah, the electrical resistivity imaging, which I think is what the same thing we did at the landfill over here for Springs Park. Basically, they can see if there's any voids in the dam for safety, whatever. So once we hear back, we'll know a little bit more about how, at least throughout this next fiscal year, and then the ongoing scope, what it's gonna cost. So as of now, we still don't know. Got a general idea of some of the small things now, but we should know. I would hope we would hear back within the next 30 days. Let's see, other projects coming up down the road. Of course, as far as sidewalks go, we've got East Crystal Drive, of course, East Jefferson, when we get that started. We've got a few spot repairs. There's some bad spots out here in front of City Hall, in front of PVA, some trip hazards. We've got 3 furnaces on this building that we need to repair or replace before Stephanie Winter freaks out and jokes me in my sleep. And we've got paving coming up, so we've got a lot of prep work, storm basins, but we're gonna have our.
What do we
work cut out
expect on
all
that?
before July.
Is it all 3 AC units?
There's 3. There's one in the gym, and then there's 2. It's in the tune of about 50,000
Each?
for all 3.
Oh, for all 3?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's
How did
pretty-
it happen that all 3 of them went down?
They've been down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one up here in their office, we didn't really utilize. It's been probably down for 5-6 years, but it's one we kind of just kicked down the road. We don't really use that room that much, so.
Gotcha.
Wasn't worth the expense. So, but now that code enforcement has occupied that space, I don't think Stephanie's interested in sweating all summer, so.
She gonna go measure your
And
grass?
and the gym can get by, there's 4 units on the gym, so it can squeeze by with the 3, but it's probably taxing the 3 units to have one that's limping along.
Gotcha.
And I think the multi-purpose, or the gym upstairs is the other bad unit, so.
Speaking of that, this council approved, I think in the budget we're operating in now, I think you all approved $150,000 for renovations, upgrades to the city offices over here. That we haven't near spent that kind of money, but just because you're going to see a payout eventually, because we don't have anywhere to take that money from in budgeted items other than in this category, which I think we spent 30,000, 40,000 maybe at most on these upgrades over here, and carpeting and tile ceilings, but that 50,000 for this emergency situation upstairs is going to have to come from that line item that you all previously approved in order to pay for. Is that right, Cindy? Okay, I don't know, where are we in that process, Corey? We're in the bidding.
We got our last bid
bidding-
today,
Good.
so
So we,
I haven't even seen it
how many
yet.
bids
I
do
don't
we
know
have
if
so
got-
far? How many bids do we have so far?
We've got 3. We've reached out to 4, we got 3.
Corey, what kind of SEER rating are you looking at?
I'd have
I
to
just
look.
put in a
14.
25.
What is it?
I just put in a 25
Wow.
SEER rating. Yeah, they're way
Yeah, they're
up
not
there.
that high.
So obviously, the higher the SEER rating, the more efficient it is and the
Right,
more expensive it is initially, but you get way more than that back as far as, utility saved.
Sure,
So
yeah.
I was just kind of curious.
A lot of
where-
times they'll give you a couple different options. They've all got different, brands, so, which
Yeah.
sometimes the prices would adjust accordingly,
Oh.
but. That's about it. So if you've got any questions, otherwise, that's all I got.
I don't think so. Thank you, Corey.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's keep moving. Item 20, agenda item 20, Parks and Recreation, Mr. Trey Kamer.
Yes, we met on April 9th, and we had some visitors come by from GL Pro Home, and I don't think he had a name, but we just called it Sunday Pavilion Service. We heard both of those individuals out for space within the city. We talked about Friday Night Flicks, which we've already had one, May 1st, and I think it went really well. And then we talked about the Wilburn Pavilion with the roof, and that project has already kicked off. So Steve showed me a picture of the roof before this meeting started where the roof doesn't exist, so they are replacing that. So it'll be an updated pavilion, and then we'll have some painting and stuff going on there as well. And those were the major things that we talked about. So we'll have a meeting next week. Should be the 13th, but if that doesn't work for everybody's calendars, we will look for a different time. And committee members, I don't know if you all want to add anything else to that. Okay. All right. That's my report.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. Laura Taylor, Ordinance Committee.
Ordinance Committee, we didn't have a separate meeting. We only had the working meeting on the 13th of April, and that was a very productive meeting. We covered the entire ordinance, ethics ordinance, and went through it section by section. Everybody was able to discuss it, provide input. I felt like it worked out really well. So I wanted to make sure that the entire council, there were some people that were unable to attend, so I want to make sure the entire council had the most updated copy of that ordinance. It's in everyone's packet. There were a couple of items that I wanted to bring up that we did not discuss fully in that meeting. It did run long, and everyone was getting tired at the end. But there's a couple of things. One item is because of a recent ruling by the Kentucky Supreme Court, and that is under Section 12B. Currently, we had it worded in B that officers, oh, I'm sorry, I've jumped up too far. That's not it. Wasn't B. No, I mean, that is another section, but there was the, okay, we can go ahead and talk about that one. There's another one too. Oh, here it is. The one I was referring to is Section 22. Section 22 is regarding emails. We had it worded so that city officials shall only use their official email address provided by the city. There was a recent Kentucky Supreme Court ruling that said that in certain circumstances, it is okay for officials to use a personal email account. They don't have to only use their official email. I personally had this situation when I was emailing this ordinance to Beach. My personal computer would not interface with my city email. I'm not able to use the Chromebook that was provided by the city to do redlining. It will not do redlining. So I had to do it on my own computer, and then my computer would not interface with the city email. So I was forced to use my personal email. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to get anything over on the voters. I just feel like we should have it worded in there so that, you know, it's not an ethical violation. Do what I did in order to get that document to the city. So that's the reason that I've proposed the change in B here. Does anybody have concerns about that?
No, because I had the same problem when I was working on the other thing, scale. I couldn't, it wouldn't do it.
It wouldn't, well, it
And I
won't
had to
do
use
it.
my personal one.
Yeah, okay. So if everyone's okay with that, we'll leave that in there. And then the other section I felt like we should discuss was section 12. That is representation of interest before city government. This applies to both officers and employees. So in section A, it says that no officer or employee in the city or any city agency shall represent any person, group, or business other than the city in connection with any cause, proceeding, application, or other matter pending before the city or any city agency. So that would also apply to like a board. So in section B, it says, nothing in this section shall prohibit any officer or employee from representing themselves in matters concerning their interests. So what I'm proposing is that we should allow for immediate family members to be included in that, so that if an employee or an officer has an elderly parent or a child who they needed to represent, I think it would be appropriate to allow that in that situation.
What would that, what's an example of that?
So like the historic board, for example, if someone has an historic home and there is some kind of issue with the historic requirements, and the board has brought some kind of issue up regarding the way they repaired their porch. Maybe they didn't feel that it was to the standards of the code, then that person may have to go before the board to explain what happened. In that case, if somebody has an elderly parent, they may need to step in and represent that person for that purpose.
Can we add that verbiage in then, that it's only in cases where there's reduced capability, whether that be child or elderly or some type of disease or something that causes them to lose some capability, mental capability?
Well,
Because
I mean,
representing just anybody,
it's not representing just anybody. It's your immediate family, you know?
Right.
So like, it could be your spouse. They're in the hospital. They're unable to appear. It could be your child. They're a minor or underage. It could be, and we're talking about employees as well as officers here. So I'm thinking in terms of our employees have various different family situations, and I want to allow them to be able to represent their family members.
And as a officer, you would recuse yourself from any vote anyway if there was something to be voted on.
If it was, yeah. This is not related to that. This is
Okay.
more like boards or that kind of thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
The voting thing is totally separate.
okay.
I'm just, because I'm glad you gave an example, because I'm in that same historic house thing or whatever. The historic district decided that my mother, for example, something in her house, she doesn't live in the Grange, but something in her house isn't up to code or whatever. And I go stand in front of the historic board and say, listen, I'm representing my mother, and here's what I think about what your issue is. As a city council member, that seems like undue influence. I understand your point as well, but
Sometimes you have to step out of your roles.
yeah.
So if, you know, if I had something if you had something that you needed to say and present, then you could stand up and go up there, and you're doing you're representing a different role.
Yeah.
I think, Kenneth, you did something like that, didn't you, one time? You stepped out of your role as being on council and came up and spoke up there. I don't remember.
Well, that's just public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
So that's the same, basically the same thing.
Yeah, it is. It's to represent your own interests or those of your immediate family.
Right.
So
Maybe
that's what
just-
I propose for
just-
section B.
Taking off one coat and putting on another.
Right.
Would it help to say, family members after that, say comma, not in your role as an employee officer or something like that, just to make it extra clear?
I think that's pretty clear as it is. With that, I think that's
Just thinking out loud here, why would it only be immediate family members then if we're trusting everybody to do whatever? Well, why wouldn't it be your aunt or your uncle or your cousin or your friend?
I was just imagining, you know, your immediate family, the people that you're gonna be most likely to need to come to the aid of, and who may not have someone else that's able to represent them. I know in my family, my parents don't live here, but I had a brother who's passed away. So if something happened with them, I would be the person that would need to help them and represent them in a situation.
Right, okay.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Or the only thing I asked Mike Simon at the KLC to look at this, and he said, the only thing that really jumps out at me is subsection 24A2, removing candidates from the financial disclosure requirement that is required under KRS 65003.
Section 22, what?
24A2.
20,
Which,
thank you.
okay.
With those different colors and numbers, it's
Okay, the part about having well, we had discussed that in the meeting, and we weren't sure the logistics of that. If that's something that we need to leave in there, we can, but it was more of a logistics issue of how do we know when they've actually filed? People can file early, they can file up until, you know, whatever date the clerk sets, which is this year was in January, but it varies a little bit. So how do we know when they filed? If it has to be within 30 days of when they file?
well, our current ordinance holds that the first statement filed by a candidate is October 15th of the election year.
So do we want to go back to the current wording?
I didn't know if that was your intention to change it. You changed it to January 31st, so would that be the January 31st of the year of the election, or January 31st after the person's elected without having done any disclosure? In other words, I believe the intention, legislative intention, was before the election in November that a person who's a candidate should file a financial disclosure. That was the intention of the ethics ordinance that was passed 30 years ago, and which you've lived under for 30 years. And are you changing that so that they no longer have to do that, is Mike Simon's concern.
I think they need to do it, and once they're elected, they have the January 31st of that year. Once they're elected and their term begins on January 1st, so just have them require their financial statement within 31 days to give it to Heather. That's the way we need to do it.
Could we just change number 2 and say a candidate for city office should or shall file their initial statement, period? And then the next line actually says when it's due. Would that clear it up or not?
It's up to you.
Well,
It's up to you what you think the public would think about that.
if we ask them to file their initial statement the same time we're asking everyone else to file, which is January 31st, is that what you're saying?
Most cities say within 30 days of filing your original intention to be a candidate, you shall file it.
Within 30 days of
30 days, and you've taken.
the
that
filing
out.
deadline?
Of the appointment.
of
So
filing.
you're-
Once you first become a candidate, you're supposed to file it within 30 days.
Which would be January 31st, because you take office January 1st.
Well, that's when you actually become an officer, but what we're talking about is once you file your candidacy to run for city council or for mayor, which is sometime in January, but people can file much earlier than that. So are we just going to say that they need to file their financial statement by January 31st of the same year that they file?
That's up to you all to say, not me.
Well, I'm asking the council.
The current law
That
says
sounds-
October
that-
15th.
That sounds good.
That sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay, but this year, if you're going to follow the law this year, you have to do it by October 15th. Because that's the law that's in effect now.
That's what
October
It's
15th.
the current one says, October 1st. Okay. All right, so I'll fix that.
If you're a candidate,
So I'll fix it, fix this section so it says January 31st going forward. And then if everybody is good with this document, my intention is to send it to KLC for a final review, and then we'll present it for a first reading in June.
Beautiful.
Sounds good.
Okay.
When you send it to the ethics board, Laura?
I'm sorry?
When are you sending it to the ethics board?
Once KLC has a chance to look at, because they requested, when they came up here and spoke in our special meeting, they requested that we send it to KLC for review, so I'm going to send it to them for review, and then I'll send it to the ethics board.
Correct.
the ethics board has already looked at, and they have 12 issues they'd like to raise, so I'll send you their comments. I haven't, none of those are my comments.
So that's all I have, other than to announce that we are going to have an ordinance committee meeting on Wednesday of this week.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Okay, personnel, Lucy Ricketts.
Just to let everybody know that, where did I put that? That our personnel meeting will be 2 weeks from today at, I put it somewhere.
May 18th at 6 PM at
Thank you.
3:09.
Yeah, it's at 3:09, which is a tourism office.
May 18th?
May 18th.
Yep, at 6
Monday,
PM.
May 18th. It's in the, I think it's in the,
It's on the calendar.
All
it's
the
on
cool
the
kids will be
calendar.
there.
I think it got lost somewhere in the ethics.
Is that your report, Lucy?
That's all my report is.
Okay, streets and public safety, Kenneth Powell.
We met on April the 8th, early because I was going out of town. I appreciate Joe and Jason for changing that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just check it.
Got it, thank you. We met on April the 8th, which was early, and I appreciate Joe and Jason for meeting early because I was going out of town. We had two topics. The main topic was the speed humps on Horton. We discussed the findings from Corey's study. Like we said earlier in public comment, it did not meet the criteria. We all agreed that we could not go against the criteria based on where the speed hump was being proposed, and there was no good location for the speed hump anywhere on that road. We voted 3-0 to, obviously not install any speed humps. After that, we did bring up Miss Lucy. Her subdivision, Reserves of L'Esprit, is requesting a speed reduction, so I just brought that up so she could take that to her HOA. They're wanting to reduce the speed limit to 20 miles an hour, which is not a standard sign nor a speed limit that we, the city, provide signs for. So Lucy is going to take that to her HOA board, let them to discuss if they want to do that. If they do, Corey will get with Lucy, let her know how many signs, where to put the signs.
It's already up, it's 25.
Oh, is it?
It's
Okay.
25. We put, Corey put one up.
Okay.
And it's 25, and it should cover the whole subdivision. Now, if it doesn't, I was going to tell Corey that we may need to put another one as you go up the hill.
Okay, all right, well, as long as you are taking care of it, that's
It's all
we-
taken care of, and I
Perfect.
appreciate your all's help. Thank you.
You got it. After that, we had public comment to just discuss a few things. Miss Sarah Little, Latasha Booker, Randy, and Mr. Rankin, they all talked during public comment, expressing their, thoughts, concerns about what we discussed. They all still agreed, that we did the right thing by not going against the regulations, even though we were still asked to put that in by Mr. Stein to go against the regulations. So we did discuss that a little further in public comment, but it did, come out that we're just not gonna, we don't have a good place to do that. So we made a motion to adjourn, and, well, I take that back. We did discuss one other thing, and we did discuss the county's resolution that they put in place, that they abide by for speed humps and speed bumps, and rumble strips that they use. So we did discuss that a little further. So, and then we adjourned and left. So that was pretty much it. We just had those two concerns.
Okay. All right, Kenny, thank you so much. Last public comment? Anyone here, last public comment? Landon? Your wife? No? You just tell me about it at the coffee shop tomorrow, right? Okay, no more persons for public comment. Anybody want to discuss anything related to any old business of the city council? Anybody want to bring anything up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I know it's been tabled, but at this point, it's old business. So the compensation plan for city employees. So I'm calling this a draft for your committee, but whatever you assign these proposed grades, if you change these grades, that's gonna, like, let's say I make $30,000 and now you make me a grade 23. That's gonna make me have a minimum of $115,000. Some percentage-wise, it's gonna be gigantic, right? So just whenever you whenever you
Any
fiddle
of
with
the-
these grades,
Any of
It's
them is
real-
going to be a gigantic raise.
any of them, yeah. I
Any
mean,
of 'em.
a lot of them will be. So I
Yes.
guess my point being is if you fiddle with any of these, what they're making now versus whatever you come up with a proposal, it's gonna change it quite a bit, percentage-wise.
What we were trying to do was to make our jobs, our positions here at with LaGrange competitive with those in our Davis area. And according to those information we have, that's what it is. Now, we don't have to do what they say.
Agreed.
And if it's not what you all, and that's the feeling I'm getting, is that maybe we need to change, make some adjustments. So,
Well, I have a question, since this is where we can all talk.
right.
Where do you all feel that it's uncomfortable on some of these line items? Is there certain ones that you feel that you would like to change?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, welcome to the awkwardness of talking about people's salaries in front of them.
Well,
Because we want to know, what are y'all suggestions?
That's
Y'all
what we've been
can't come
doing.
to the meeting and talk.
I think for myself, looking at a pay scale, a 30, 40, 50% increase in someone's salary gives me pause.
For sure. That's why I wanted y'all to see
And
that
so
whole
if-
compensation study.
I think it's a balance there to see that we're aligned with other cities, provided we are base this on good information, and Jason has presented some information that maybe it's not 100% accurate, I don't know. But also, why would we have to go all the way there? Why couldn't we look at a stepped up process over a period of time. If we're trying to get a certain position to a certain pay scale, I don't think we need to jump 55%, for example. Look at a more gradual raise increment.
You know, when you have, and I can think of one, when you have someone who, a position that is taking up different, and we have a couple of them. I mean, there's not just one. There's a couple of positions that do 2 and 3 and 4 jobs. And up to this point has not asked for extra compensation as things have been added to their position. Then, because it was the city's oversight to keep them up, being paid on when they added more jobs.
Well, maybe those jobs need to be reevaluated and reassessed. Instead of having a title, maybe they have maybe it's a manager's position.
And that's the thing to keep in mind. Buckner doesn't have any of these things, and nobody's keeling over dead in Buckner.
Yeah.
Goshen doesn't have any of these positions. You know, they don't have any of the positions that we have here, and nobody's keeling over dead. So I understand we want to stay competitive, but we also need to look at.
I think we're looking at titles too much.
Yeah.
Well, and really, there's a difference between directors and managers.
Yeah, is
And
a
really,
big difference.
it should be a manager instead of a director.
Well, and also, if we have one person that's fulfilling 2 different jobs, those 2 jobs can't be both full-time jobs, right? We've got
Right.
2 part-time jobs
Right.
that are a hybrid. So we don't have to match a full-time,
And a full-time, and this one is not.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you have to look at it that way. It's a little more nuanced because it's not just one person with this title. And that's the problem with these surveys. They're looking at somebody that has this title
We knew that.
and they're full-time and they work for a big city and this is what they're getting paid. That's not necessarily the same as our situation.
No, and we know that, you know, we've had this discussion over and over and over again, haven't we? And we know that, we felt though that this grade scale is even as we can.
I don't think anybody's arguing the grade scale.
Yeah.
Right, it's where they are on the grade
It's where you
scale.
fall based on your title. And I think that's what we're getting hung up on, our titles.
Well, we were
And
kind of
jobs.
going on what it would cost to replace the person too.
Sure.
Right, so, and
Right.
a person who, number one, has the experience a person has, with the knowledge a person has, that can just slip right in and just keep on going. not
And I
come
used to think if they got kidnapped by aliens or hit by a bus tomorrow, would the city be in really bad shape? If Corey gets hit by a bus tomorrow, we're in
We're
pretty bad
hit.
shape. So, there you go.
Really, Cindy, she got hit by a bus, we'd be in bad shape.
Yeah, we hit too.
See, don't put your lip down like that.
Look both ways before you cross the street.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
quick before you cross the street. Be careful.
Okay, I think that discussion was started with item 22, any discussion related to old business, and I think Trey started that, okay? That discussion. Is there any more discussion about any old business? If not, we'll move on to 23, any discussion about any new business?
I do.
Yes, sir.
So from our committee meeting, like I was talking about, we discussed the resolution that the county has in place for speed bumps, speed humps, and rumble strips. It has been obviously an issue since we've started, and everybody's got their own view on how they perceive those. However, I would like to pass out to all the council members the resolution from the Oldham County Fiscal Court for what they have in place. I would like to see the city adopt that. I think I didn't give you enough of them, I'm sorry. I'd like to see the city council adopt that to help eliminate this going forward with any back and forth wasted time that, our Public Works Director has spent countless hours and days doing studies, measuring this, that, not to mention the added upkeep for speed humps, speed bumps. You need another one? I'm sorry, go ahead. And the added upkeep of these speed humps and speed bumps and, the wear and tear on our equipment. We don't have these in the budget, but in the past, they've been provided by the city, so now they've set a precedent that anybody can come and ask for those. I would just like to see the city adopt this and just kind of go with what the county does, because they do not allow speed humps, speed bumps, or anything on county streets. Just kind of puts us in line with the county, and then we don't have to worry about this in the future.
Okay.
I know that we discussed that,
Won't you,
myself
won't
and
you put-
Joe and Jason did, and.
Oh, you've already discussed it in committee?
Yeah, we
Oh.
talked about it a little bit in the committee, and, I think it would be a formality that everything just kind of lines up.
I think cities and counties across the US are going away from those speed bumps and stuff too, Kenneth. I agree with you.
Ken, how would that affect current ones?
So they would not, they're gonna stay there. That's how it would affect it. In the future, what's that?
It says it will not allow, which means you would have to remove.
No, well, exactly, moving forward, we would not allow those.
Well, you need to say that.
Okay, so we would not, we're not gonna allow anything going forward, but if it's currently in place, it stays there.
Cool.
Now, if it's damaged during plowing snow, if it's damaged when school buses and trash trucks run over these things and they pop out, they get removed. If Corey goes in and repaves a road, it gets removed, it doesn't get added back. We're not gonna add any extra work on these guys to go and maintain these. If they fall apart, if they break, it's just time to remove them. If that road comes up on a schedule to be repaved and there's a speed bump there, it gets removed. But, this is just, it's a lot of, it's just a lot of work and added expense and maintenance, I think, on us, and it's just not necessary. If there's a speed hump on this road, more than likely, the surrounding roads are gonna catch more traffic because everybody's gonna go around it. It's just a nuisance. So, not to mention, we've already discussed that we've had to pay for a engine in a resident's car from where they went over a speed hump. So it's just a liability, I think. And I wanted everybody to look at this, so, maybe we can tweak this, but I think we need to, adopt this to where it just flows with the county, and then we don't have to worry about this nonsense.
Now, this does not, and I think I asked the question maybe to Corey or someone about it, was that it does not pertain to subdivisions that maintain their own streets.
Right, you're private. It's no
Right.
different than, if you're a private subdivision and you're not maintained by the city, it's no different than anything else. You're,
Because I know
like
of
Green
one-
Valley Apartments, they're privately owned.
Mhm.
Myself and my cousin plow that every year. If they want to put speed bumps every 20 feet, they can. But it's not maintained by the city.
Right.
So, yeah, if it's private owned, it's a private road, it's a private road.
I think you should tweak it and then formally present it so the public knows, because there was a gentleman a couple years ago in Springhouse Estates, he wanted them everywhere, and then he wanted stop signs at every single place we could put one. And I think just to give the public opportunity to come speak.
Sure. I just wanted to bring this up to where there is a way that we can help eliminate the issues and make it, just a.
So you want a resolution ready to go next meeting? But are y'all gonna take this back to committee before the next meeting and reword it?
Yeah, this month, yeah.
And then Trey's suggestion is he wants to give notification to the general public
Yep.
before this resolution's heard.
Yep.
So they can come in, because I think what I'm hearing you say is if people have had a speed hump or bump or whatever they changed the name to, hump or bump, and they expected to be there, and they voted on it previously to be there, but I think what I'm hearing you say is, if the street is repaved, that speed hump will no
Over
longer be
time.
there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do we have a current ordinance related to I thought we had something in place regarding
Just guidelines.
just guidelines, no ordinance? Okay, okay.
Okay, sounds good, Kenneth. Thank you, sir. As new business announcements, anyone have any announcements to be made? Anybody want to adjourn?
Oh, so moved.
Motion, second.
Okay, motion and second. Okay, we have Jason first and Lucy, or Kenneth second.
Aye.
Okay?
I don't care.
Hi.